Okay, Mayor Stevens, we are now live.
Great. All right. Thank you and welcome everybody to this special budget work session meeting held Tuesday, April 27th. Will the clerk please call the roll, keeping in mind our new rules regarding virtual meetings?
Councilmember Babcock. Councilmember Bacon.
Present, attending virtually, East Lansing, Michigan, Clinton County.
Councilmember Watson. Mayor Pro Tem Gregg.
Here, attending virtually, East Lansing, Ingham County.
Mayor Stevens.
Present, attending virtually from East Lansing, Michigan to Ingham County. I believe Councilmember Babcock has just joined us, and I believe Councilmember Watson, if I'm not mistaken, should be joining us shortly. All right. My apologies. And yes, Councilmember Babcock did just join us. Our next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda as presented? If not, I'll look for a motion.
I'll move that we accept the agenda as presented.
All right.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Babcock, seconded by Councilmember Bacon. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Great, and Councilmember Watson has joined us as well. Would we need to make sure that they state where they're attending from? Just because we did miss the roll call there by a couple of minutes.
I think that might be a good step, just to have them weigh in on their attendance and give the same answer.
I'll hand that back over to the clerk.
Councilmember Babcock.
Good evening. I'm attending virtually from East Lansing, County of Ingham, State of Michigan.
Great.
And Councilmember Watson.
Present, attending virtually, East Lansing, Michigan, Ingham County.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Our next item on the agenda is communication from council members. I can start with Councilmember Bacon.
Let me pass for now and come back to it.
All right. I will move on to Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. I thank anyone who's joining us. A lot of the drudgery seems to be in the budgets, but a lot of important decisions are made. So I appreciate your participation, and I'll have other comments when we start the general meeting. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Watson.
Gonna pass.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't have any thoughts for the budget meeting. Might think of something for the next one.
Great. Councilmember Bacon.
I was looking for inspiration, so I'll also pass.
Wonderful.
Ouch.
Well, I was informed. I appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem taking over for the council last week, and I apologize. I was out a little bit under the weather, and I'm feeling a little bit better now. We got a long night ahead of us, but I'm excited for it. So I appreciate you guys being adaptive in that situation, letting me get a little bit better. All right, we are on to our next item, which is our discussion items. First is item 5.1, which is recommended changes to our Downtown Development Authority fiscal year 2022 budget. Director Feldposh, this is you.
Yep, I'm not going to go through it in great detail unless you guys want me to, but basically with the MSU FCU deal, that wasn't included in the budget. So we weren't planning necessarily for that project to move forward when we budgeted. So we've adjusted now that the property has sold, and we've reflected the decrease in rent from the properties as well as the rent coming in from the credit union, and then the change in the expenditure. So the net change is $505, a decrease, and I laid that all out in the attachment. And then it's a use of fund balance of $29,345. So that's the net impact for fiscal year 22. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Please feel free to chime in with questions if you have them. Go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. Is it because this will be part of a year, or that seems a little lower than I'd expected? that wasn't really a question, I guess, but can we anticipate more income from that in the future, or?
Yeah, this wouldn't include any income like the property tax income, right? So in
Okay.
the future, we'll have a lot higher TIF capture as well as the DDA millage. So this year is a loss, but in the future, it would be a net positive.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Director Feldposh? Great. All right. And I don't believe any action is necessary on that item. So I will move on to our discussion of fiscal year 2022 budget for major streets, local street, solid waste, water and sewer funds. And this is Director House, and I believe Administrator Mathiasen. Great.
Good evening. Thanks for having us here tonight. With me is Deputy Director Mathiasen. I'm going to share my screen here so you can see what I'm talking
Deputy
about.
Director, my apologies.
All right. Can you guys see that okay?
Yep.
All right. So there's approximately 13 slides. And I'm going to start off here kind of framing where we left off in February. I want to talk about the team of who comprises DPW. And I want to acknowledge the good work of the leadership here. So we have Deputy Director Mathiasen, who's here. We also have Dina Fitzgerald, who's our GIS and asset coordinator. You see a lot of the great maps she makes. You have Brad Phillips, who's the departmental coordinator who takes care of customer service. You have Catherine DeChambeau, who's the environmental services administrator, and she supervises 3 lead workers, one that Troy, who runs the garage, Tim, who runs parks, and Ken, who runs sanitation. Then we go to infrastructure, which is comprised of Ron Cost as the administrator, and he has 4 divisions. Sewer ran by Britton, streets ran by Homer, water led by Dave, and the meter shop led by Wes. Now, under these work groups, the lead workers don't have direct supervisory capability, but they have tasking authority. Next, we're going to jump over to the WRF, the Water Resource Recovery Facility, led by Paul Stokes, with the Assistant Superintendent Todd Nichols, who runs the operations, and then Eric Thalen, who runs the maintenance. I just wanted to take a moment there just to frame who are the important people that help lead the department. And I want to talk about how COVID impacted us briefly. And really, I want to applaud the efforts of the team because this was not an easy year. When COVID hit, we didn't know what to do, and people had to evolve. And collectively, the team was resilient and found solutions to deliver services. The biggest impact, frankly, was the summer 2020, where we lost a construction year. We delayed it purposely not to disrupt neighborhoods with projects that would impose upon people that were secluded at home. Also, we saw revenue reductions in streets, water, and sewer in fiscal year 21. The other impact of COVID was there was a lot more coordination and mitigation measures. And a lot of this fell on Kathy and Ron, and that they had to, they're texting with people at 5:30 in the morning till 7 o'clock at night, making sure they have the right PPE, that they're filling out their screenings, answering questions. And we also staggered the shifts to get people so they wouldn't congregate in one location. So nothing is easy under COVID. The next challenge has been hiring and training. It's been a competitive market. A lot of people aren't reaching out, and it's been harder to onboard people and to find people. But despite these challenges, we've made operational improvements. You've seen online bulk sticker sales, online yard waste sticker sales. We invested in technology. We learned how to use technology, specifically Teams. And so there's a lot of good gains that will pay off in the future. In the lower left side there, you see a DPW kind of vertical and horizontal coordination, what the buckets are. And I want to highlight one thing about what Kathy does. She's also runs the sustainability side. And I look at Nicole as more the capital planning coordinator as well, where everyone has a stake in that. Any questions on this slide? Seeing none, I will go to the next slide. Sorry, I have my Zoom meetings on the left screen. So we saw this in February. There has not been a change. This is the pacer where we evaluate our majors and local streets. We have not driven streets in 2020 or 2021 due to COVID concerns. But you'll see that there's that things are improving, which is good news. And if these sustained investments, those will continue to improve. The big takeaway here is that the costs, you get more bang for your buck when things are in good condition versus wait until they fail. You look at, we can crack seal for $2,000 a mile versus reconstruct for $600,000 a lane mile. Any questions on this slide? No? All right. So, excuse me, starting first with major streets. I'm going to talk about the services first. They're listed there. This mirrors largely what you see in the priority-based budgeting. As you'll recall from February, we have over 24 miles of major streets, and we maintain MDOT trunk line, and we have 3 bridges and 51 signals. We provide a complete portfolio of services from plowing, salting, street maintenance, tree maintenance, all kinds of great things, street leaf program, drainage, asset management, engineering, and so forth. The key changes for this, a big success was this was the first Safe Routes to School major infrastructure grant project is coming to fruition. And Nicole was the primary leader in working with the neighborhood on this. Also, we have a joint project with the In-County Road Department for safety improvements at Hazlitt and Park Lake. And we'll talk about that more on the CIP map. And we look at projects, and this will be easier to explain on the map, but we'll have our STP project of reconstructing that from Abbott to Timber Lane, roughly 1.6 miles. With that, there's a sidewalk gap fill. Then we have the Safe Routes to School project, which will improve 2 mid-block crossings on Bircham and install sidewalk on Snyder. Then we have Coolidge Road Mill and Fill, which is approximately 8.8 miles of street that's on the northern end. Then we have Albert Avenue signals coordination, where we'll improve the signals along the corridor through the downtown. We also have the West Road crush and shape, which is a 0.5 mile crush and shape and road widening. And again, we have the Hazlitt Road project with the In-County Road Department, where we'll initiate a sidewalk gap and safety improvements. Total, there's going to be 2.9 miles of streets paved. And our internal crews that provide valuable services will continue to crack seal and do other things to extend service life. So when we look at what happened with the major streets from COVID, we delayed the PACER, our Act 51 revenues below inflation, and there were project delays. But we look at the non-motorized investment, which is important. One of our strategic priorities with the Safe Routes to School transitioning from planning to execution is a big win. And also Bircham Road and Coolidge Road, we're going to improve existing pavement conditions that will improve non-motorized conditions for riders. And the plan is to update the non-motorized plan in the spring of 2022. When we look at the cash flow from 22 to 26, you're going to see a lot more capital, and that's the green line under street projects capital. The intent there is to show what we're spending. And so in the major streets fund, we can get federal funding. In fact, we have $1.5 million worth of projected federal revenue that's not reflected in our books. That's going to pay for sidewalk gaps. That's going to pay for street improvements, signal improvements. And you might look back to the general fund. Why wasn't there a lot of sidewalk activity? Because we're improving just over a mile sidewalks and filling gaps. So that's a big win here. And we're leveraging federal dollars. Any questions on this slide?
Sorry, Director House, would you mind going back one slide really quick? She might be 2, sorry, 2.
Bear with me.
So I had a question up on Chandler near Coleman, private but maintained by the city of East Lansing. Can you give me a little bit of an explanation into what those were? Just the streets up on that side seems to be the only occurrence of that in the city.
So you're looking at Hawks Nest in particular. So those neighborhoods, the master development agreement were private streets. We will maintain those. We cannot use street funds for those. So those are technically private roads through the development agreement. The city will perform basic maintenance on those.
Okay, and can you describe kind of what basic maintenance means?
So it'd be plowing, street sweeping, potholing,
Okay.
side signs, pavement markings as needed.
Okay, and so we wouldn't necessarily see a tearing up or the overall maintenance of that street in terms of replacing it or something like that. That would be something that would be handled by the neighborhood association.
Yep, the neighborhood association has done a great job of saving funds to mill and fill and invest in their streets. And
okay.
And that project's, their neighborhood's almost built out now, so that's good news where all the streets are capped and topped.
All right, great, thanks, appreciate it. Feel free to chime in with other questions, guys. I can't see everybody.
If there are no questions, I'll jump to local streets and get some.
Please feel free.
Going. And I think the best part will be the CIP map because we continue to have an amazing amount of things going on here.
Yep.
The one thing I forgot to mention in my intro is throughout these slides, there's over $54 million of budget. 27 million of that is capital outlay. That's improvements, buying infrastructure, sidewalks, streets, plants, water mains, sewer. So lead line replacement, a lot of things. So going to the local streets, so you're going to see similar services to what you saw in the major streets. The key changes here is that we have income tax revenue here, but also with the local streets, we can receive approximately 25% of the revenue from the major street from the Act 51 fund and transfer it to our local streets. So that allows us to put, typically the local streets have more need than the major streets. Because remember, major streets, we have 24 miles, local streets, we have 62. So we need all the money we can to get after these. And then we do integrated asset management. And a lot of our local streets, whenever we're doing a big project there, we're going to do water, we're going to do sewer repairs as well. And we look at the projects. So we have a couple carry forward fiscal year 21 projects, and that's going to be the Stoddard Grand River to Bircham, the Melrose, which is Hagedorn to Timberlane, Berkshire and King. Then we have a new project, which is White Hills Utility Project, which is about 1.5 miles of improvement of that section, bounded by Abbott, White Hills, Old Hickory, or correction, White Hills Drive and Saginaw. Then there's water main and sewer improvements in there. And also, this is where our internal DPW crews shine, where they'll do skip paving, crack sealing, and other things to improve streets. And many times you can't even tell who did it because our crews are so good. They do a great job. In total, there's going to be about 2.5 miles of streets improved through contract, and 8 miles crack sealed internally, and more improved by our team. And again, when we look at the impacts from COVID-19, the one primary thing that's unique this year that we're seeing is there's more people home, so they're noticing the traffic from their house. Where typically you're at work, but this time you're at home, and you might be playing with your kids in the front yard of the street, and you're going to see more people driving poorly, and that's a new reality we see. But that at the same time, there's lower volumes of traffic, and nationally you'll see that traffic has decreased, but traffic accidents has increased because people are being more reckless. And we've been working with the neighborhood resource team with the police department, which I really laud Chief Johnson for those efforts because it helps find a mix of fixes to address those issues. Another impact from COVID-19 was project delays. Some key operational data I'd like to share about the operations here. Over this past winter, our teams plowed and salted major streets 19 times. And I'm giving some major street data here just to get that plug in. Locals were plowed 13 of the 19 storms. The team used 1,900 tons of salt. They applied 24,000 gallons of brine. The great thing about this brine is our street crew built the brine maker. They could have bought one for $50,000. They made one for approximately $1,800 and saving the city all kinds of money. And then they also collected over 5,000 yards of street leaves during the bulk leaf program. And one thing about, with our winter maintenance team, we've slowly been improving the fleet with wing plows. And now our fleet's completely outfitted with wing plows. So what that allows is probably the best winter maintenance service in central mid-Michigan. The same day the snow falls, the streets are plowed versus in a neighboring jurisdiction, it might take a couple of days to get to it. And also our team is thoughtful about the use of salt and brine through training the operators not to over salt, because we know what happens to that salt. It ends up in our streams, it ends up in the wetlands. The other thing with our local streets, you'll see a street sweeper more often in East Lansing than anywhere else in the neighboring area. Why? Because we care about our watersheds and we care about the non-motorized infrastructure. And we look at the local street funds, we're coming out with a giant fund balance at the end of 21. Why? Because a lot of the neighborhood projects were canceled. And so last year we lost that, and construction seasons don't heed fiscal years. Our construction season is spring to early fall. So that midsummer construction season break doesn't really help. So we're not going to expend all those funds. They're rolling over, but we're going to continue to invest those into the streets. But the one thing to know, all these projects are are basically utility projects. So they're in conjunction with other work to improve infrastructure. Any questions on this slide? All right, seeing none, I'll keep going here. So solid waste fund. Solid waste, we look at what we do there: weekly trash service, bi-weekly recycling collection, weekly bulk collection, seasonal fee-based yard waste collection, 4 no-fee yard waste collection days. We have a popular drop-off center, the styrofoam drop-off center, move-in, move-out support, regional collaboration, but also we have the Birchland landfill monitoring, which is an old landfill that we're responsible for closing out. We'll also provide responsive services, such as after a storm, we'll send crews out to grab debris. We have a great crew that's very efficient. One of the big wins here for this year is that we are finally at an all automated fleet. So what that means is that a truck can go down the street, pick up a trash can, empty it, and no one has to get out. That doesn't work for yard waste necessarily, but helps for recycling and trash. That reduces injuries, it's more efficient. And we got there partially with Eagle grants and other things such as that. So the key updates for the year, there's no recommended change to the millage, no fee increases. We're being sensitive to COVID. And also finally, the regional material recovery facility that we've been working with Lansing over the past years is up and running. That's a big win. There'll eventually be a groundbreaking or a opening, but they're waiting for that. And it's tough to do in COVID conditions. They're very sensitive to the impacts to the operators there. And also the other big win is the online sale of yard waste and bulk stickers. So we look at our projects. So we continue Birchland landfill testing. We continue the intergovernmental agreement, and we continue to explore grant opportunities. Kathy does a great job finding money. She found money for a recycling truck. She found money for downtown public space recycling bins. She works internally and externally with regional partners to leverage resources, which is outstanding. When we look at the impacts from COVID-19, you see a cancellation of the fiscal year 22 Recycle East Lansing. This isn't the time to have public events and bring everyone together. And then simple recycling collection, where you can pretty much give things you might give lightly used cloth or other things that might go to Goodwill or you might otherwise throw away. They've suspended operations until further notice. And we recall also that the drop-off center was shut down initially during COVID, but was reopened. And part of the reason we did that was just there was disruptions in the downstream ability to recycle that. And we wanted to prioritize our efforts and our staff and their ability to focus on what they were doing.
And you wanted to block my stairs because of all the cardboard that
exactly
we had accumulated.
Yeah.
That was
going back to key operational data. So despite these challenges over the past year, roughly 1,500 tons of curbside single stream was collected. 16 tons of styrofoam, which is equivalent of 400 cubic yards of material was collected. That's just, I was trying to equate what that would be, how many elephants, and I was unable to do that. And again, the automated collection fleet. So we have great service and our team does exceptional, we get all kinds of accolades from our team and the collection staff and sanitation. Lots of good comments. Any questions? But I'm looking at I want to talk about the budget here. So 22, we look at there's potential risk in outer years. And, over the past few budgets, we always projected we'd go into the red. And this projects moderate income growth in property values and fees. But so if we get into a situation, say at fiscal year 24 or even 23, where our fund balance gets low, that might be decision points to talk about fees. But also, as we've invested in some of our vehicles and we have a better understanding of life cycle, we'll be able to internally assess what those are. At this point, I don't see any need for alarm, but this is just looking at something. And that red at the bottom of the graph there shows that's the fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. So in 23, we're projected to be below the desired fund balance level. Any questions on this slide?
Council. All right.
Did you want to touch upon the regional recycling and the recycling are not going out anymore in terms of the roof?
Yeah, that's a great point, George. So, we used our intergovernmental agreement of Lansing was we would take our recycling, dump it at their DPW yard, and we'd get trucked 90 miles to Detroit to get processed. Now we drive it 8 miles to Pennsylvania, just next to Haco Drive, and it gets processed regionally. What does that mean? It generates jobs, it generates a sustainable feedstock for local manufacturing, and we're keeping it internally. And there's less emissions, there's less complications, and that builds synergy for the area for other people to recycle. Because that MRF was kind of what was required to build other infrastructure to expand recycling to say multifamily. What could entice other the private sector to provide those services, or what would reduce the barriers to other communities from recycling. So that's a big win with MTerra.
Yep, and it's a huge win, and it's something that's been worked on for a few years now. So this definitely should be something that's commended. Absolutely.
I have a question.
Yep.
Can you tell me about the regional compost opportunities? Like, have you all explored composting programs, or what are you guys exploring regionally with composting?
So with that, we continue to talk with there's needs at Lansing, there's needs at MSU, and look at where it comes down to funding and interest. So by having that discussion, it helps us to find a solution. We all have a problem, but how do we process that material in the most affordable way and renewable way so that we can have a feedstock for it? So those are part of the discussions. That's something I'd like to see. I know Kathy's keen to that as well. Where could we do that? And ideally, it'd be nice to have a compost drop-off center for yard waste, or a way that at the end of the season you could get some composted soil, some of the outputs from that, locally. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I'll jump to the next slide. Bear with me real quick. He's still sitting. Oh, sorry, I hit the wrong button. All right, so water and sewer. So we talked about this briefly in February, and on the left is a chart that shows where we rack and stack with neighboring communities, taking the bill, breaking it down to monthly. So in our average, when we generate rates, we look at a consumption of 15,000 gallons a quarter, which is 5,000 gallons a month. And these are compared to our neighboring jurisdictions' 21-year budget year rates. Our 22 budget year rate is, the bottom third. And you ask, how did we get there? And we've been doing a lot. So, over the past few years, we've been investing heavily. When talking with city manager and what can we do to slow things down? So based on the COVID-19 impacts, recommended fiscal year 22 rates that are consistent with last year's. We want to make it flat as much as possible, but we're not going at the 15,000 gallon level. We're going at the 12,000 gallon level per quarter usage per quarter. And the reason we're doing that is it will provide a relief to a greater group of people. So how did we do that? Fund balance was programmed to reduce commodity costs. And we'll talk about the bill in the next slide. And where did this funding come from? Well, we had project delays in 20 and 21. We had some pretty hefty fund balance that we could reprogram for this purpose. And however, we cannot keep rates flat year to year. The reason being is we have a rate model, and things fluctuate each year. Debt service, costs, things for billing. So if we were just to go, hey, no change, then we would not be following the rate model. And if we were ever challenged, then the city becomes susceptible to under the Bolt decision that our rates aren't justified. And then we look at, why do we have rate? I always got to remind people that the sewer system is, the city owns it. No one else owns it. The city's sewer and water system is a city asset. It's our utility. We have to fund and repair it. And we're in the perpetual process of updating this. We don't want to do one quick leap and go, let's do 10 miles a year of sewer and water. This needs to be a marathon. This needs to be perpetual. We need to do 2 to 3 miles a year and keep on improving things, because no one would tolerate if we were to do 10 miles of water main a year. Your emails would be blowing up. I know we get the emails from the impacts from construction. No one likes construction in the neighborhood. And it's right now we have the Evergreen project that Nicole's leading is the perfect project because it's kind of tucked away and it's not impacting many people. But even though it's far enough away, it is impacting neighborhoods. They hear the backup alarms. They see the trucks. They hear the dumping. It's annoying, just to be frank. But as this is perpetual, rates, we need rates to fund that. So what we're seeing is a slight dip, but we will have to keep on increasing these rates. But what we look at, what are our challenges? And it goes to the core discussion of affordability. But we're looking now that community development block grant funds are going to be brought and programmed to help people to provide relief to their need. But also at the same point, we're planning long-term to make improvements. And we have emergent challenges that are coming in. The lead and copper keeps on getting more stricter on us, where we have to, we have the state rule, now we have federal rule. And there's going to be increased regulation on that. And then we have water meters, and we have other things we have to invest in. But there's going to be an opportunity here because over the past few weeks, there's been all this discussion about federal funding for infrastructure. And we don't know how that's going to impact us. But our goal is to examine that because maybe we can keep rates lower longer by using that funding to fund capital projects, to stretch those dollars to provide that relief. Could it relieve debt service? So we don't know what that is, but we look forward to that and presenting options to you. Any questions on this slide? All right, I'm going to jump to the next slide then. Were you guys seeing your faces when I was putting the Zoom on that slide?
Okay. Sorry, what was that, Mr. House?
Okay, I'm moving around because I'm moving the Zoom thing around just to make sure I can follow cues. I hate doing this by Zoom because I can't follow the visual cues.
I will give more out loud cues. Yes, you are more than free to move on to the next slide at this point. Mr. Lahanas, do you have something?
Yeah, just going to say, Scott, they can't see your exact screen. All they see is the slide in their own screen. So your screen isn't getting in the way of what they're seeing. We see the full.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. All right, so this is the fun slide, going a deeper dive into rates. So remember in February, we talked about what the rates are. So we have a user rate model that incorporates what it costs to maintain and operate the system. The rate model was adopted in 2006. We bill quarterly. We have connection fees where you buy into the system. And then we have the quarterly water and sewer bills. We have the administrative side, which is billing for customer service, meter reading, readiness to serve, which supports the system's ability to provide the service regardless of use. That includes debt service and improvements. Then we have commodity, which is the metered usage, includes maintenance and system upgrades. One challenge though is no other utility bills customers quarterly. We look at, imagine getting an electric or a cell phone billed quarterly. That'd drive you nuts. And when we look at our cost, the monthly cost for water and sewer, $90. That's not bad, but when you aggregate that by 270, the net gets bad. So the opportunity would be, could we switch to monthly? So right now we have a current meter project being led by Ron Lacoste to examine that. An output of that will provide a roadmap and costs for meter infrastructure that would allow for a monthly billing. But when we look at the rates, the right side of this shows.
Sorry, Director House, would you mind expanding on that a little bit more and talk a little bit about like what the process for that would actually be to happen?
So ideally, we would have radios or cellular technology in every house.
Mm-hmm.
We could push a button and it would read the meter. Or that in some places, you might be able to log into your account and get a text or an email that says, hey, you have a leak. But if it were the ability to do monthly reads, then we could send monthly bills. Because currently we have antiquated infrastructure. Not all, probably 25% of the properties have a radio read in it. Radio where you can pull the data. Otherwise, we have to send meter readers up to the house to get that data. And the current challenge we faced is our current radio system is growing obsolete, where companies stop producing parts to force you to buy new technology. And that's part of the system here, where people will make things obsolete. And so right now we're lucky we have Wes Clay, who's a very smart individual that can make radios last longer and find parts and is keeping the system going. But we look at the cost. We don't know what the full cost of a meter improvement could be. Is it $2 million or is it $3.5 million? But the benefit would be great. And it could be a multi-year project, or maybe there might be federal money to help support that.
Okay. And I mean, yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
tried to unmute and I quit my video. Mr. House, what was the lifespan on that radio technology? Like, I know that we expect equipment to go obsolete, but how quickly is it happening?
So they look at sometimes they say, well, like for water meters, they say they should be 10 years, but we push them to 20. The radios, they probably have a similar quote design life, but again, our radios have been lasting longer. And I think with the newer, whatever we get, we want it to be kind of agnostic, where it's easier to plug and play and find solutions independent of a dedicated provider.
Okay, thanks.
So in the right side here, at the top, we have the 21 rates, and we break it down by 6,000, 12,000, 15,000, 18,000 gallons. So, and then below, you have the same analysis for 22. Now, what we did, again, you're seeing a reduction in the commodity cost from 21 to 22, but you're seeing an increase in the readiness to serve. Why is the readiness to serve increasing? Well, in sewer, it's because we have more debt service coming online to pay for wharf improvements. In water, you don't see, in water, there's not quite of a big of a swing because there's less debt service, but there's things that impact that. But the commodity, so if you're a small user, so if 6,000 gallons in a quarter, the difference between fiscal year 1 and fiscal 21 and 22 will be $6.16 per quarter, or $2.05 a month. That's a pretty good deal, as far as flat as we can hold it. But when you get to 12,000 and up, that's where the savings come in. So the average user is going to save approximately $3.50. The house with the teenagers of 18,000 gallons per quarter is going to save $6.80. Any questions on this slide?
It does not look like we do right now.
So I'm going to jump into the funds themselves. But before that, I want to highlight the importance of what we're doing with renewal. And this is just to highlight that we have old infrastructure and that we have to replace it. And we talked about this before in February about CIP. And so water and sewer infrastructure has a 75 to 100 year design life. So when we look at that stuff put in the ground in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, that's coming up on our work queue that we have to get after before it runs out of life. We're doing a great job of extending service life through sewer lining. We're replacing water main. But the other challenge we're seeing is that some of the older water main is lasting longer than the water main put in the 50s and 60s. And so we're chasing problems where we shouldn't have problems. So this is going to be evolving. The infrastructure is not cooperating with us, in other words. It's not going to be predictable, but it's going to require sustained investment. Any questions on that side? No?
So.
Oh, sorry. So talking about the water fund, we have about approximately 130 miles of mains, 8,088 meters, 3 water towers, 1 ground tank, and the water services pays for water system maintenance, flushing, meter reading, misdig or relocate utilities, taps and connections, engineering services, asset management, water quality, cross connection inspections. As again, the key changes and rate changes, 12,000 rates are flat for 12,000 gallons or more per quarter. Capital connections will increase 5%. Of note, I want to bring attention to the increase in Elmswell payment. Why is that increasing? Because Elmswell, the East Lansing Meridian Water Sewer Authority, is reviewing water production. That's where we get our water from. They pump it and it's treated and it's distributed to us in Meridian Township. Also, we face increased costs from regulatory requirements related to the lead and copper rule. We look at our projects, goals to do approximately 40 lead and copper lines per year. Then we'll have the Melrose water main, Berkshire and King water main, Stoddard water main, and the White Hills area water improvements. And we'll have the water meter pilot, and you'll see 2.5 miles of water main improved. And when we look at the impacts from COVID-19, we discontinued turnoffs, we had project delays, but also we saw higher residential consumption. And why is that happening? Well, if you're working from home, your kids are schooling from home, you're not going to the gym, you're cooking all your meals, you're running all your dishwasher multiple times, you're going to consume more water. And that's tough because even at my house, it's like the dishwasher runs it daily. And before, when the kids are at school or out and about, that might not happen so much. And talking more about Elmswell, Elmswell, the water authority treatment facilities were constructed in the 70s. And they're doing a series of investments that will improve capacity and meet the needs of East Lansing and Meridian Township for the next 25 years. So there's approximately $17 million worth of projects in the pipeline. There's two primary payers for that, Meridian Township and East Lansing. So that's where that blue line is on this chart. That is the Elmswell debt service. This year is not bad, or 21 or 22, but in 25, that's when it starts getting real. And that's when that price starts going up. And we look at cash flow for the water fund, we see we're spending a lot of money in distribution. 3.5 recommended in 22, 2.2 in 23, and we're in the millions there. So this is taking what we had with the rate model, playing it out. So in 24, there's going to be a decision. Do we increase rates more? Or maybe there'll be federal funding that will pay for some of those capital projects. Or if we don't have sufficient funding, maybe we slow down on the projects. We control the rate of improvement. But this is just taking the current plan and playing it out. So that
is that going to be true for the Elmswell situation as well? I mean, that debt service increasing is obviously a partnership, and so when we have that kind of rate conversation, or when a future council has that conversation, I mean, are they really going to be in the driver's seat in that situation?
Well, the Elmswell one, so we have to do that for Elmswell, because if we don't, then we never want to see our water treatment plant fall behind, because this is what there could be future decision points to go, well, if we don't want to buy water from Elmswell, we'd have to buy it from the Board of Water and Light. And Elmswell council's in the driver's seat. You appoint people to the board, as trustees. You go to the Board of Water and Light, that might be an option, but you don't have a direct say in your rates.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I guess I'm just trying to rationalize kind of what you just said, which was in 2024, right? We're going to have to make maybe some decisions on rates or on whether to delay projects, or maybe we get federal funds for it. But of course, that debt service payment is happening no matter what, right? Unless we make a drastic shift to another provider, which I don't imagine is going to happen at this point based on where our rates are compared to, maybe even like the city of Lansing, right? And so, I guess where I'm coming from is just at that point, we're going to probably have to make that decision of whether you increase rates or you don't do the projects. And are we prepared to account for that debt service payment no matter what?
So I'd look at the priority there for that debt service. And some of these projects can be delayed, but I'm fairly confident in that federal funding will be available to help us.
Okay.
But that relief will be coming that will help pay for projects. And, maybe East Lansing and Meridian Township could get together and say, hey, let's use some of those federal funds to pay for Elmswell, because that will benefit us both, because it's roughly a 50-50 split. And those are discussions, those are going to be unique opportunities to work with regional partners to create situations where we collectively win.
Okay. And then, I mean, again, we're kind of talking a little bit hypothetical here, but when do those conversations start happening on the federal side? Is it the year before when they're having their budget process, or is it, a few years out when we start to hear a little bit more wind of when that money comes in?
I think we're going to start, those discussions are going to start this summer.
Great. All right. Thanks.
Any other questions on that?
I also want to mention that's part of the money from the $12 million we're going to be talking about. It's part of the money potentially from Ingham County that they're talking about with infrastructure. And of course, there will be more federal grants for infrastructure coming in the future. So I think it's something we're going to be watching out for, discussing, keeping an eye on. And then, obviously Mr. House and the Public Works Department has these sort of projects in mind and in their contemplation that they can very quickly say, we've got projects in water and sewer that need funding. And that list, starting that now in the next months and years, will help defray some of those future costs and have them picked up by the federal government instead.
Right. No, and I can appreciate that too. I'm just trying to kind of rationalize the timelines in my head, right? We've talked about projects in terms of, maybe the month payment, or we've talked about, now this debt service payment, as well as, some other projects that might be coming in the future, and really where our fund balance is. And of course, that 12 million coming in is hopefully going to be a good thing for a lot of different areas of our budget, but trying to rationalize timeline in my head. This makes a lot more sense. Thanks.
Scott, I had a question on the lead copper rules, and being that we had a lot of increase in probably domestic utilization, and then we had the deep freeze this year. Did that increase our encounters with lead and copper as far as in our aging sections that we had to? I know when you encounter it, you have to swap it out per rules.
Yes.
If that's correct.
So good question. And, when we talked in February about capital improvements, I was like, oh, this is going great. Very few water main breaks. Then right after that, we had like 30 water main breaks.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of issues there. And a lot of those are, so in the water main break, so we don't have service line issues necessarily. So we don't have major disruptions, we have repairs. So we didn't see a direct impact from that, but we continue to our survey efforts to identify where the lead and copper lines are.
Director House, I think your mic broke up there for a second. Did that happen for anybody else?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we didn't have any major concerns with that. We've had situations where service lines were compromised, and through sewer repairs or other things where we do emergency repairs on that, or if it would fail, if they had a defect or something, we would jump on and replace it.
Perfect. Thank you.
And so, but you look at the lead and copper rule, we're going to continue to work on identifying where those at. We had the hydrovac contract last year. We want to continue that. We're learning what the state expects of us for the 2024 final system survey, and there's going to be evolving federal standards for those as well. Frankly, we were talking at the department level. Anything installed from 1950 and before, we want to know. We want a hydrovac that we would have a higher comfort level than statistical assumptions. So those are going to be ongoing discussions that we talk about. And also back to the federal money, it would be nice to use federal funds for lead and copper to make those improvements. Because currently, there might be options too. Could it help inside the home as well? But those are topic discussions for another day.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions for Director House on the slide? All right, please feel free to move on.
All right, sewer fund. So sewer fund, we look at this, 22 is going to be roughly $35 million. And we know what the, what do we do in the sewer fund? We operate a water resource recovery facility. We maintain a sewer collection system. We maintain pump stations, a CSO retention basin. We also provide quality field services such as sewer televising, sewer cleaning. It also pays for billing, asset management, engineering, design. And there's a lot of environmental compliance. Our National Discharge Pollution Discharge or Elimination System Compliance Permit. I might bungled that, sorry, but the NPDES permit is what's our guide for what we can discharge from the plant and into our sewer system and into the waters of the state. And again, the rates are recommended to be flat for 12,000 gallons or more. Capital increase charges, the capital connection charges increased by 5%. The big projects are the phase 4, the wharf improvements, which is aeration and clarifier improvements. That's going to be roughly a $35 million project that will be talked about in the next slide. We're going to do roughly $1 million of trunk line sewer lining improvement. We're going to do sewer repairs with street projects, because whenever you do a street project, there's issue with the sewers. Or anytime we do a water main project, it's best to plan for that and do that then. And we're also going to start design of the Coleman Road pump station and start early improvements as well. And that's a pump station that serves Hawks Nest. It's going to improve, they'll add controls, radio controls to allow it to be controlled from the plant and upgrade the pumps and add a generator. So in total, we'll improve 1.1 miles of sewer. The impacts from COVID, again, project delays. With more people home, initially there was increased need for system collection cleaning, just because People were typically in the day somewhere else. Now they're all at home. So it's providing more load into the local collection system. And one of the bigger impacts was decreased demand from MSU. And we look at the capital out funds here, which are in green. So we have the collection system outlay. Those are the improvements to the systems that convey sewage to the water resource recovery facilities. Then we have the pump station capital outlay. And then we have the capital outlay for the plant. And again, just as a reminder, for a capital outlay at the plant, we're responsible for 26.67% of that. And Meridian Township is for 33.33%, MSU 40% for contract. And fund balance is trending well here. Our big challenge here with the sewer fund is we want to get into a better fighting weight for improvements to the system. And in the future, we might have to consider on-off years for projects, do small lining projects 1 year and pool cash for, say, a $3 to $4 million cash funded project. Those are things that are evolving. Any questions on this slide?
Does not look like it. Please feel free.
So this is the fun side with the CIP where we talk about what's going on when. So I'm going to start in the upper left quadrant of the White Hills neighborhood. So that red box there shows the water and street improvements in the White Hills area. And that's the improvement of roughly 1.1 miles of street and water main. Going next to the Bircham STP project, which is our federal aid project. You see it go that entire corridor of Bircham, just shy of Timber Lane.
Director House, I'm sorry, we're getting a lot of background noise from your mic. I apologize.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
I had some papers I was shuffling, I'm sorry.
Yep, no, it's all good.
So we have the 1.6 mile Bircham Road, federal with significant federal funding. Then we, as you go next to the Bircham Tap, that's Transportation's Alternative Program, where that will fund a sidewalk gap fill, providing connectivity from McDonald in front of McDonald Middle School to the ball fields. Then in the upper right quadrant, we have the Hazlet Tap, again, in conjunction with Ingham County Road Department. So that's going to be a safety improvement where the Ingham County is going to be improving the intersection of Hazlet and Park Lake, adding turn lanes and new signal. And part of that project is we'll be adding a sidewalk on the north side. I'm not going to go to the far upper right State Road project yet. I'm going to go down to Melrose. The projects in blue are carry forward projects. So that'll be Melrose Street and Water with limited sewer repairs. Then we have the Safe Routes to School project. The 2 stars represent mid-block crossings at McDonald and Marble. And then you'll see sidewalks filled in on Snyder. Then we have our community development block grant, ADA ramps on Ann and Albert. Then we have Stoddard Street and Water with limited sewer, going from Grand River to Bircham. Then we have the Albert Corridor signal improvement funded partially by CMAQ, which is congestion mitigation air quality. The goal there is to improve whatever timing or make improvements to those signals to allow the traffic to make it through there. We forecasted this project based on all the downtown development. How do we get traffic out of there? Then in the upper right, we have also included in here is a DPW solar field. The goal is to implement a solar field at the Department of Public Works for approximately $200,000. This would provide roughly 42% of our electrical needs, and it would be constructed in such a way where it could be expanded to provide up to 89% of our electrical needs. The goal is that this is one of the strategic priorities. We want to start investing in this sooner and later, as we forecast that electrical costs will increase, and we need to gain operational experience with this so we could apply that technology at other city facilities. Then we have the Coleman Road Pump Station, as previously mentioned. Then we have Coolidge Road, the northern section from State to Coleman Road, Mill and Phil. Then we have that section of Abbey section of West Road from Abbey to Lake Lansing, which will be a crescent shape to improve that pavement. So in total, approximately 2.5 miles of local streets, 2.9 miles of major streets, 2.5 miles of water, 1.1 of sewer, and 1 mile of sidewalk. A lot going on. And as things are going on this year, most likely Collingwood will be delayed from this construction season due to some changes in costs. One thing to talk about here, as federal funding starts coming in, and as we've seen, materials are very expensive now. 2x4 used to be $2, now it's $8. So we're seeing the same thing in construction. And as more money comes into the market, projects will become more expensive. So we might not be able to afford everything that we have programmed, but if something comes up, the goal would be to shift projects to the right but go after the most critical needs first.
And, Director Costa, I think I ask this kind of every year, but could you run me through the timeline of kind of informing residents around the area of those projects and when people, especially the neighborhoods, kind of get brought into the loop?
So all these will be the earliest the discussions would be next summer. These are all be next construction season. Just because of the long lead time on these, we have to get through this construction season right now.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I know that we delayed a lot of our improvement projects, and I know that you guys have a pretty systematic approach to kind of addressing which needs go where. Can you give me just like a vague approximation of how many of these are delayed and how many of these are new? Just, I mean,
so
because I know we lost a whole season.
Yeah, the carry forward ones are the projects in blue that we couldn't get to. Oops, sorry. Excuse me.
So I guess, I mean, part of the root of that the question, I guess, is there more carry forward or more delayed stuff that is further delayed, I guess, if that makes sense.
So when we look at 21 projects carry forward, that's where we see the Berkshire King, the Stoddard, and the Melrose. Those were the ones that are not going to fit in. And we had the East Glencairn in 20 that carried forward into 21. And that's where Collingwood might have to move as well. It's going to be, frankly, it's going to be fluid here for a little bit.
Sure. Are we set to kind of catch ourselves up with a couple of really extra busy seasons, or are we just sort of everything got bumped back?
I think it's going to kind of depend on the carrying capacity of the neighborhoods to accept the work. And I don't want to see, there's risk in saying, hey, we're going to do 6 miles of water in one season. From a staff coordination standpoint and supervision and communication, that's very tough. It's one thing, so if it's in a remote area, but if it's in a dense neighborhood where there's a lot of discussion, that gets really tough. And
yeah, that makes sense.
It's like, how many surgeries do you want to perform at once on someone?
Right. Well, all of them, then we recover at once, right? No. Yeah. I got it. That helps kind of put that in context. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep. Director House, I might ask you for a little bit more of I mean, I know that this is kind of proposed for 2022 and this will be out in the summer, but I did get a question at Council Neighborhood residents from the Bailey neighborhood regarding kind of the projects that were pushed back, probably referring a little bit more to Stoddard and those areas and when they would be occurring. So I might work with you a little bit to get that information to them after this meeting.
Yeah, and so, Collingwood, Sunrise, those were delayed, and we did communicate to them, and we will that any help that or bandwidth we could obtain at the Council Neighborhood Presidents would be great, so that we could share them.
I think it's more just them kind of wondering what the status is now, and since we're talking about it, I figure we could get some more information to them.
That'd be great. Any questions on this slide? If not, I'll jump to the next slide. So this is phase 4 of the wharf improvements. And what this is we're, we talked about this before, we're improving the aeration systems and the clarifiers. And currently we have a system that you cannot control, with the aeration, that we can't open the gates. And we were thinking at one point we'd just be able to add new blowers and other systems that would be energy efficient, but we could not do that. Gates were not working, and that gave rise to this project. So then we talked about what happens if we do a piece at a time. And we didn't want to prolong the pain because the primary tanks have been failing. The aeration is on its last legs, and clarifiers have been failing from age as well. So this project will rehab several existing clarifiers, construct new clarifiers, install a centralized aeration system that will be more energy efficient. If all goes well, we'll see savings up to $370,000 per year. And this will also due to the design of this, will also achieve green loan forgiveness. One thing I forgot to mention in the WRF budget is we are forecasting these improvements from the solids handling, where we're going to be generating power, reducing sludge, and with this, that we're going to be saving money, that we might say our operating costs at the WRF might decrease in the future as we reduce some of these big bills. And that will be operational savings for the long term. So this is actively under design. The design will be completed in May, bid open in June, and then it will be before City Council on June 22nd. Any questions on this?
So it's becoming a little bit more real as it kind of approaches here, the next stage. It's good to see.
So there's no questions on this. One thing I just want, kind of closing, just want to acknowledge the great work of the team. Our staff was steadfast and resilient answering the call during COVID. They adapted to ever-changing requirements. They got the job done. It could be plowing snow, collecting trash, answering the phone, inspecting a project. People hung in there. They gave great service to the city. I'm really proud of their efforts. A lot of times, in COVID, it's very hard to acknowledge people. One of the saddest things is someone retiring in COVID, because you can't have the party. You kind of walk out the door, it's tough to have, hey, let's have a Teams party. And that's tough. And we saw a couple people retire, and you can't give them the best send off that you'd like, but we have a great team and they've done a tremendous job, serving the city. We just want to acknowledge that.
I think that's a very good acknowledgement, and there is definitely a reason why the folks in our DPW department are so highly regarded throughout our city. And I will say, if you as a council member haven't had somebody reach out to you yet with a question about trash or recycling or something along those lines, and you haven't had the incredible opportunity to loop in George and Scott on a little bit more and just see the responsiveness to every individual's need, it's going to be a great experience, and to show just really the dedication of the folks of the city. So very, very well noted, Mr. House, and thank you for everything that you and your team do. Mr. Lahannis, go ahead.
It's just one comment. I want to echo Scott's comments. What a great job the Public Works Department's had over the past year, but I also want to thank Scott and his leadership team, Nicole, Kathy, Ron, Paul Stokes, who's not seen, but working hard behind the scenes to refresh an entire plant at the water resource recovery facility while it's operating on a regular basis to a high level and standard. I mean, it's amazing the work they all do. But Scott's leadership has been tremendous, shows great flexibility, manages lots of projects, and brings things in, continually with great flexibility. We used to think we had to reconstruct roads, but he has this flexibility about how we're doing the right fix at the right time in order to save money and give better value for our residents. So he certainly should be commended for his leadership, but a great department, and they've been doing great stuff. Thanks.
Yeah, if adaptability isn't on the resume of everybody on the leadership team and everybody in DPW, then I don't know what the heck that word is used for, truthfully. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, just wanted to chime in with more accolades. I've watched our bulk item collection team pick up couches in blizzards, and just persistent things that I'm kind of constantly amazed that they're out there working, knee deep in water during the winter icy season to take care of the water main breaks and things like that. Definitely seen a lot of dedication. I'm disappointed that I missed my chance to get inside the digester silo before it got closed in, but I'm looking forward to touring the new facility when it comes online.
Well, definitely good time.
Sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Bacon, and then Councilmember Babcock.
Yeah, Scott and your whole team, and Nicole, and just thank all you guys. I think just in this pandemic, we just don't even think about how quickly things could be uncivilized. And I'm looking at all the responsibilities that you guys carry on. Any breakdowns in any of those functions at any point could have made this, even this pandemic and everything going on around us, so much worse. So just thank you guys for kind of spinning the plates and keeping everything going, because, that's probably part of the sanity of us being able to even run the city, that we're not having huge breakdowns in infrastructure and stuff around us. That would have just been compounded everything so badly. So thank you guys. It's priceless.
Yeah. Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. Pretty much the same comment. The problem with public works is you don't get any attention unless something goes off the rails. And because you consistently do such a good job, we tend to forget to thank you. And you've been out there all year through the pandemic, first line workers, and everything's gone without a hitch. And I would like to say also, my neighborhood lives for free leaf pickup. I got 8 bags out the other day, narrowly edged out the neighbors who had only 6. So thank you for all you do.
Yes, as a former mayor used to say, I think her favorite topic to discuss was the poop, of course, and there's good reason for that. Everybody's comments are absolutely correct, and I think one of the best parts about DPW, and by the way, this has been shown through a lot of different departments this past year, especially, but is really, as a council, our job is to try and define what the next step for the city is, where we want to see our city in the future. And oftentimes where we're at is left at a little bit of a disadvantage because we're not always experts in certain subjects, and we want to be, the best representatives that we possibly can. And, I recall conversations with, Administrator DeChambeau 3 years ago, right? Where you talk about recycling, or you talk about different methods for East Lansing to improve, and you just see the work that's going on, whether it's, our economic development team working with businesses, or it's DPW now coming online with MRF, which is incredible, and just where we're coming from and the vision that our staff has, and not only the vision, but the implementation. When I ask questions like, what do you see as the month-to-month payment? I know it's not an empty question, because I know that this is something that's been thought of through our staff, through experts that are going to have an incredible idea for what our future is going to be, especially in their own department. But it just shows a lot of leadership and a lot of integrity out of really, really great people. So thank you for everything that you guys do. All right. I believe our next item is just the information from our Q&A from last meeting. Did anybody have any follow-up questions on that from the council that they wanted to bring up?
I actually have some questions for Scott.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, Scott. I was looking for my spot to speak up, but
that was my bad.
So my questions are just around just the water bills. Can you remind me what the late fees are, or how those are assessed?
I might punt to Jill on that one.
We might have to have Jill. Jill does the billing through finance, and Scott wouldn't be involved in the billing. So Jill?
Late fees are 5% of the amount due.
At some point, do the late fees stop? Or they continue to, accumulate?
They continue to accumulate.
And at some point, do we write off water bills? Like, what happens when people just don't pay?
If bills go unpaid, in our ordinance, it allows us to add them to the tax bills. So anything that's delinquent as of September 30th of 2020 will be added to the July 1st, 2021 tax bill.
All right. And so what does that mean for like the person who got that write-off? Like, if they come through and want to pay, do they get the 5% and 5% taken off, or anything like different made since it was written off by us or added to our tax bill, however you said it?
Yeah, so what happens when it goes to the tax bill is then their account is, reduced by that amount. So
all right.
Then obviously it goes to their tax bill. If the tax bill goes unpaid, then you go through that property tax process.
Sorry, I think I just misunderstood what you're saying. Are you saying if I had a past due bill, you would add it to my tax bill?
It stays with the property.
Okay. Yeah. And it's not something that the city writes off.
Correct.
At any point or anything like that. I get it. And is there like a season of increase in non-payments for bills, like spring, summer, anything, like any patterns?
I've never noticed a certain pattern. I haven't studied it in great depth. Obviously with shutoffs being stopped, we're not doing any kind of shutoff since COVID has started. We definitely have a lot more delinquent accounts, a lot higher amount. But usually, I mean, everybody's billed quarterly, right? So we bill monthly, but we're billing 1/3 of the city each month.
Oh, yeah.
So, we're kind of dealing with a different section of the city every single month. And then we also send delinquent notices out to a different section, the previous section, every single month. So it's not, so if you get a delinquent notice, then you then have time to pay, you then get a tag, like in a non-COVID time, you then would get a tag on your door, giving you an additional certain number of days to pay. And if you don't pay by that date, then you would get shut off.
And do we always just shut off? Like, is there a person that makes that individual decision, or it's just this and that is going on, therefore there's a shut off?
There's just that process. So once you're tagged, you have to pay in full or you would get shut off.
Okay. And about what percentage of our people get shut off in maybe a typical year?
I would have to get that for you. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay. Alrighty.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll get to you 1 second. I wanted to ask a follow-up on what Councilmember Watson just asked. Director Feldposh, are we going to be assessing late fees on the moratorium for shutoffs for those that have been, have delinquent payments at this point?
So when COVID first hit, we stopped assessing penalty.
Okay.
And when we reopened in the summer, we restarted assessing penalty. So we haven't stopped again since when we first had COVID. So we've reinstated the late fees since I think July is when we restarted.
Could we get an estimation of what our late fees are at this point outstanding? Not necessarily the amount of money that's outstanding, but just the late fees that we've assessed so far?
Sure.
Yeah. Or in terms of since the water shutoff moratorium has been in place.
Yep, we can get that. I think we can get that for you.
Great. Thanks. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
My question was, I guess, maybe divided between Scott and Jill. Councilmember Watson's question triggered in my mind. I do think that moving to monthly billing, I'm thinking of just the kind of rash of complaints that we had in the last cycle that was, possibly due to some malfunctioning equipment, but I think actually more likely due to just families being at home together and using a lot more water. And, so the fact that it's billed in 3-month cycles kind of allows those small differences to add up into pretty significant changes. But I guess the question is, in terms of staffing and time, how practical is that to move to a monthly? Like, what are we in for, I guess, staff wise and time wise, if we do try to switch? Just because I think, like, in terms of budgeting and then also identifying problems more quickly, monthly would be definitely easier for our residents, but harder for us.
From a DPW side, we need an automated reading system. We need the technology where we can push a button and drive around the city and do that, where we don't have to have 5-meter readers. And so that's a great point with water where, your electric bill, you don't ever have the equivalent of a leaky toaster or something that drives up your electric bill, like a leaky toilet will. And that can be very surprising. We'll work with people in those scenarios, but a monthly bill where you could see and have more state participation would be key. But that, that could be on the order of about $3.5 million. And that's just for DPW. And I don't want to talk for Jill, but I could see that being a lot more administrative burden to mail all those and process that. Because we look at postage where we're sending 4 bills, just those benign things like postage. But some cities, could you entice people to do online, to go reduced payment option. Ann Arbor actually has a reduction if you pay your bill on time, which is crazy. I'm not recommending that, but there is a history there. There's one of the craziest things you look at neighboring jurisdictions as to what do they do. What could you incentivize to reduce that burden, to take it off of staff so not everyone's sending in checks and pennies and whatnot, or coming into Treasury. I'll let Jill take it from there too.
I think council knows that we're coming with a moratorium for water billing during the next meeting, so that we'll have an opportunity for more discussion. But that in conjunction with the CDBG CV funds to give people notification and time to apply for the grant funding to try to pay those water bills down certainly is a great opportunity that will give people a chance to catch up, hopefully. And there are also other things we've been discussing internally to try to fix some of the situation of people falling behind with their water bills. Because we understand it's certainly been a hardship for people, and that once you fall behind, it's hard to catch back up, right? Because you have to pay the existing bills and you got to pay the past bills. So there's some thoughts we want to have in some discussion further on, but certainly in the next meeting, we'll have that first step of the moratorium continuing, and then talking about communicating that through the CV program as well.
All right. Any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you very much for those answers. I'm sure we were going to get some follow-up on some of the other questions that were asked as well. Did anybody have any follow-up on the Q&A information from the April 20th budget work session? All right. Then we are going to move on to communication from the audience. Emily, if you wouldn't mind letting in any caller, you're going to have 5 minutes to speak to the full council, at which point I will be cutting folks off. I do apologize if I stop you mid-sentence.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534, you are now permitted to address council.
Hi, this is Ann Hill at 685 Buteo. A couple things. I support using the potential federal funds to pay for the sewer and stormwater debt. We do have an enormous amount that's coming up, and anything we can do to minimize that or reduce it would be greatly appreciated and wise, I think. Secondly, for debt on infrastructure projects, especially the sewer, stormwater, where MSU, Meridian Township share in the cost of the debt, is it possible to see a breakdown as we go through time of how much MSU and Meridian Township and us separately owe for that year? Because there's the bond, but there are three parties that are contributing or pulling from that bond, and how much they paid for that year. And that way, as we go through time, we can watch it and hopefully see all the right trends. Third, Director House mentioned additional costs for materials due to inflation now. We also have to take into account that there are a limited number of contractors and personnel in other jurisdictions will also be doing projects with the federal funding that's available or that they receive. So we will all be competing for scarce resources, and frequently the highest bidder wins. We don't really have the financial resources to be the highest bidder, nor would I want to. They're just throwing caution out there. Like Director House mentioned, there is potential that we may have to reconsider whether we can go at the same pace on some of those projects. And finally, for Director House, I'd just like to comment that what he brings to the city is very unusual. For an individual to have the engineering skill set, the leadership skill set, and also the operational and management skill set, all in one individual is a rarity. And I just want to say I really, really appreciate everything, his knowledge, his people skills, just everything that he has brought to the table. I just wanted to say I really appreciate that. We're going to miss him over the next year to 18 months. However, I am confident that he has prepared his team to handle this challenge. So again, thank you very much, Director House.
Thank you very much. So, Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Caller with the phone number ending in 963, you are now permitted to address council.
Hi, this is Alice Dreger. I would second what Ann just said about Director House. There have been many times where I've had to ask him questions, or my reporters have had to ask him questions, and the answers are always incredibly knowledgeable, but also really clear, which is really unusual with someone with his level of expertise and his level of job. There was one response he gave me recently on the Abbott Woods oil spill. And I showed it to my son, who's been an Eli reporter for us and is also a physics major with a strong interest in engineering. And he said to me, that's an engineer's answer. It's not a political answer. And I totally agreed. It was not an answer attempting to sweet talk anything. It was an honest answer about failures of systems that was really helpful and very straightforward. And it made me feel like we had somebody who was really going to handle the problems. So a couple of things. I listened to the recording of the Council of Neighborhood Presidents last night, and I heard the mayor saying that he thought we had very little ability to control the frats. And I continue to not understand why it is he seems to have this attitude. I'm running into huge problems trying to get ELPD to write tickets on houses for noise, for trash. This has not been a problem in the past. And what we're hearing from the people on the MSU tribunals that deal with the issue of bad behavior off campus is they're not getting these cases because we're not having tickets written. So I don't understand what's going on. I don't know if city council has given instructions to the police to leave these folks alone and just have nice conversations with them. My own experience for 25 years is nothing works like tickets, big tickets. And our neighborhood resource specialist, Tanya Williams, who's great, said to me something like, well, a lot of these kids can afford $1,000. And it's true, they drive cars that are $500,000 cars, but I still think their parents feel those $1,000 tickets. And so I really think we need tickets written. And I don't know what I have to do to appeal to the city to get help. My neighbors are desperate at this point. This is frankly the worst administration we've ever had in Oakwood, in my experience of living here. The previous administrations and city council have been far more responsive than this one has been. And it's been really, really frustrating, especially when people are home, working from home during the pandemic and dealing with illness in a lot of cases too. Finally, I don't know what it's going to take to get you all to focus on your pension problem, our pension problem, but you're paying attention to nickels and dimes like yard waste bags when you have over $100 million at this point in terms of unfunded debt with regard to the pensions. Councilmember Bacon referred to our city workers as priceless. They're not priceless. They have pensions and we have to pay them. We don't have a plan. We have a way to shove more money in for the next few years. But we don't have a way we're going to get to the funded portion. And I really think it's time to deal with this. I know former Mayor Meadows at City Council Neighborhood Presidents last night suggested it's time to extend the income tax. I think you won't find a lot of love for that idea in the city of East Lansing at this point. So there's got to be a plan. You've got to deal with this plan directly, and avoiding it is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Those are all the callers on the line.
All right. That was the last item on our agenda, at least for our budget work session. We will be joining back into this meeting. So if you're watching live, this will be the same screen that you see for our regular council meeting that is scheduled for 7 p.m. today. It is 6:23 right now, and I believe we will see you all back in around 40 minutes. So we'll see everybody back here at 7. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Do we have everybody back? Emily, let me know when we're good.
We're all set.
All right. I'll give Lisa a second. Lisa, you here with us? All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started at this point. I'm sure the Councilmember Babcock will be joining us shortly. Thanks, everybody. Welcome to this East Lansing City Council meeting, regular meeting. Thanks for those that joined us from the budget work session. Hope everybody had a nice little break. Will the clerk please call the roll, keeping in mind our new rules regarding virtual meetings?
Councilmember Babcock. Councilmember Bacon.
Present, attending virtually from East Lansing, Clinton County.
Councilmember Watson.
Present, attending virtually, East Lansing, Michigan, Ingham County.
Mayor Pro Tem Greg.
I am here attending virtually from East Lansing, Ingham County, Michigan.
Mayor Stevens.
Present, attending virtually from East Lansing, Michigan, and County. Great. We are on to our next
Oh,
item.
no, I've got to go. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
All right, I think we had some technical difficulties, but clerk, would you please call Councilmember Babcock's name one more time?
Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. Attending virtually from East Lansing, County of Ingham, State of Michigan.
Great. All right. Thanks for being with us. All right, our next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to that? If not, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
All right, there's a motion by Councilmember Watson. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Bacon. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Great. Next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. We will start off with our special budget work session from April 13th, 2021. Are there any changes to those minutes? All right, seeing none, I'll look for a motion.
Motion to approve.
All right, there's been a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem, motion by Councilmember Watson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Great, on to our next minutes, which is the regular council meeting from April 13th, 2021. Is there a motion on these?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Approve or motion by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Watson. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Great. On to our next item, which is the City Council Special Budget Work Session minutes from April 20th, 2021. Any changes to those minutes? If not, I'll look for a motion.
Motion to approve.
I'll move.
All right, motion by Councilmember Bacon to approve, seconded by Councilmember Babcock. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That passes unanimously. Next is our city council discussion only meeting minutes from April 20th, 2021. Are there any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Bacon, seconded by Councilmember Watson. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Great. We are now on to communications. First is an announcement that all written communications issued by the council are posted in an online agenda packet. You'll see a little link that's on our agenda where you will see anything that was sent to the full council. If it was sent after 5, we probably didn't get it on, but it will be on the next meeting. I know that we got a couple of communications from there. So next item on the agenda is communications from the audience. I know we have a number of people in the attendees slot today that are here to speak to us. You will have 5 minutes to speak to the full council. I will be cutting folks off at that 5-minute mark, so I do apologize if I cut you off mid-sentence. It's not anything personal. We just want to make sure that everything is fair. Emily will be giving you a 30-second warning during your time, and you can feel free to speak to the council on any subject. Emily, would you mind letting in the first caller?
Caller with the phone number ending in 909, you are now permitted to address council.
Caller with the phone number ending in 909, you are in the room with the council. If you would like to hit *6 on your phone, you should be able to speak to the council for 5 minutes. There you go.
Hi there, this is Mark Fisk. I'm a partner of Byron Fisk Communications. So folks know we've been in business for 15 years, always with our main office in East Lansing. I also own rental properties in the city of East Lansing. I wanted to voice my strong opposition to Ordinance 1500. My first objection, and I will keep it brief, involves the process. I do take great exception to the fact that rental property owners have not been consulted on this policy change. Ordinances have been crafted and introduced. Press releases have been issued, and yet the people whose businesses and investment will be affected have not been consulted. Instead, they were blindsided. Would you craft healthcare policy without consulting medical experts, or make changes to the fire code without consulting firefighters? In my opinion, you should be partnering with local rental property owners, yet this ordinance treats them like punching bags and villainizes them. Second, any changes to housing policy need to happen after we have a comprehensive housing study. A council should ground all its decisions in data, research, and facts, because on the ground, there's enormous pressure on rental properties. There's COVID-19. As you know, MSU has rolled out a new requirement that sophomores live on campus, reducing the pool of renters, coupled with massive unchecked overbuilding inside East Lansing and across our borders. If you think that an early marketing season causes stress, just wait till we see the impact of under-rented houses, vacant houses, houses that can't be maintained, blight, neighborhood decay. It is prudent to wait until we have a proper housing study before adding additional pressure and uncertainty to the East Lansing market. Because unless every other nearby municipality abides by the exact same ordinance, you will cause chaos and put mom and pop East Lansing landlords at a competitive disadvantage. Any such ordinance needs an ironclad exit ramp that it cannot take effect unless it applies to everyone, including MSU. Basic fairness requires that. Finally, I'd like to say this ordinance has the potential to make the pressure even worse on students by compressing the time period and making the scramble for off-campus housing worse, not better, because you're taking what typically happens over 6 months and make it happen in 2 months in the dead of winter. The answer for me lies in education, not regulation. I agree that landlords have a role to play, the city has a role to play, ASMSU has a role to play. Let's empower young people to make informed decisions and help make them savvy and educated consumers through education, instead of treating them like hapless victims. Imagine a take your time before you sign campaign. I, for one, would support such an effort, as we all have a common interest in informed and empowered tenants with a clear understanding of their rights and responsibilities. I respectfully urge you to scrap this ill-conceived ordinance. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, sir. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller, unless members of council have questions? Great.
Caller
Emily,
with
would
a
you
phone
mind?
number ending in 278, you are now permitted to address council.
Phone number ending in 278, you're in the room with the council. If you just hit *6 on your phone, you should be able to speak to the council for 5 minutes. There you go.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, this is Douglas Crone, 117 Center Street, if this is handled just like the other meetings. I just wanted to voice my opinion in regard to the ordinance for the leasing restrictions as far as the timing goes. Am I being heard now?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. MSU, just some bullets I want to make that I'll be quick and sweet. MSU's housing fair is typically, and I'm sure it will continue this, mid-October. 2020 it was online, but that was for the COVID reason, obviously. Dorm sign-up dates are mid-October. The students that now they're going to be on a 2-year dorm requirement. We'll have talked to the and gotten to know the upperclassmen off campus and be well versed on their thoughts and what they want to do. I mean, once you're here for 2 years and your last 2 years, or if they go on to grad school, they'll have a grip on what's going on. And there's really no shortage of off-campus housing right now. I've been doing this for 46 years. I've been through terms, I've been through semesters, and try to provide quality housing. We have people come in our office in August, early August, and say, "What do you have?" We want to be kind of not ahead of the game, but they want some people are looking for quality units. And I feel that this is kind of penalizing the students that are trying to plan ahead. And I guess those are my thoughts. And thank you for your time. And if you got any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, I will move on to the next caller. Emily?
Caller with the phone number ending in 589, you are now permitted to address council.
Caller ending with 589. If you hit *6 on your phone, you should be able to speak to the council for 5 minutes. If you do not want to speak to the council, you can just say pass. One more time, caller with the phone number ending in 589. You are in the room with the council. If you do wish to speak, please hit *6 on your phone and you should unmute, and then you can speak to the council for 5 minutes. All right, Emily, let's circle back to that caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 963, you are now permitted to address council.
Hi, Alice Traeger. I just want to follow up a little bit on my comments about the pension problem. So, you all guys often talk about how much you appreciate city workers. I definitely do too, and I think a lot of people in the city do. If you want to appreciate them, I really have to insist that the way to do that is to make sure their pensions are funded and that their post-retirement employment, their benefits are funded, which is largely health benefits. They've been made these promises over the years, and the numbers are getting really bad. So in the last 10 years, where the data is available to me from 2010 through 2020, what we see in terms of the unfunded pension alone is that it rose from $52 million to $93.5 million. That's an 80% increase in the unfunded portion of the pensions. Now, if you look carefully at what's going on, the city is trying to make supplemental payments, and they're doing a good job at that. But you'll notice that the unfunded liability is not going down at the rate of the supplemental pensions. The reason for that is because the unfunded part keeps increasing. There are at least 3 reasons it keeps increasing. One is that retirees are living longer, which is good for retirees and good for the community, but makes the pension funding harder. The second reason is that the MERS system overestimated how much it would get back in terms of investment return, which is unfortunate. Many people said they should have seen this years ago, but now they're having to lower what the investment return assumption is, which is greatly increasing what we owe. And the third issue is that basically we keep making more and more promises to employees now. You're going to go into closed session later and you're going to be negotiating contracts. When you do that, you have to pay a lot of attention to where we are giving defined benefit pensions that we don't need to be doing. So the difference between a defined benefit and a defined contribution goes like this. If we promise people a defined benefit, we're promising to pay them no matter what happens in the market, no matter what happens to the city, et cetera. If we do defined contribution, we're promising to put a certain amount in now. When you have defined contribution, you can basically fund it because you know what you're going to have to put in, and we put it in now. But when we keep promising defined benefits, we keep promising basically what amounts to an unknown. Many municipalities have moved out of the system that we are still in, and it is what is largely responsible for the fact that we continue to increase our pension liability year after year after year. I'm not sure how many of you are aware that under Act 202, the city was basically called up to the Treasury Department and asked to explain how it's going to deal with its pension problems. And part of the way we got through part of that is because we've now got the income tax. But the income tax doesn't get us to the finish line by any means. It only gets us part of the way there. So there's basically no plan in terms of how we're actually going to get to the finish line. And I know either the mayor pro tem or the mayor at Council Neighborhood Presidents last night said, well, they'll probably move the goalpost and it won't be 2040 when we have to have it funded. It doesn't really matter what MERS says or the state says with regard to what the goalpost is. It should matter to us as citizens that we fund the pensions we said we were going to fund. So I don't understand why City Council continues not to have this discussion. I know what's going to happen. You're going to talk budget now, and then in June there's going to be the audit, and that's where you're going to be faced with the real numbers. And then there's going to be a 9-month spread, and maybe some of you will come back and some of you won't after the election, and there'll be a new council. And once again, we'll have a budget session that basically doesn't talk about the pensions. And then a couple months later, we'll see the real numbers, and then there'll be another 9-month gap. Pay attention to it now. Figure out how to draw every dollar you can out of the system to go towards funding this problem. Basically, you've got over $100 million problem, and you're paying attention to how various other funds are being funded, but you're not paying attention to this one adequately. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yep, go ahead.
If you'd like me to address things now, I'd like to certainly do that, but I can wait for my comments or do that now.
Go ahead.
So I take some exception with Mrs. Drager's comments because she's aware of the fact that over the past probably 10 years, there has been no item more discussed publicly, acknowledged and discussed with residents, had citizen engagement. We had a financial health team, which was sort of our blue ribbon panel to discuss this issue. We went, of course, to a vote of the people to solve the issue. So after all of that extensive conversation, I went out to the public and had 35 public engagement sessions. We had 2 large-scale or 3 large-scale public engagement sessions with over 120 residents. We then obviously went to our survey to see what people prefer to solving our financial problems, including particularly the pension problem. And then, of course, our residents passed an income tax, which was largely scaled to solve our pension problem. Now, that's something that will take, we set a 12-year time horizon on that on purpose, because we believed after 12 years, we would largely be out of the pension problem. And that's not a guarantee because of returns and such, but largely. Now we are 2 years into this challenge, 2 years into the solution, I mean, of working towards that. And now Ms. Drager is arguing that we should perhaps change direction and change the entire plan. That's not needed. I think we stick to the plan that the residents have backed. We've talked about our financial health team, which was noted experts, laid out a plan. And of course, I want to talk about the benefits as well. Those benefits were all significantly changed for public safety and non-public safety employees back in 2010 and 2011. They were changed to benefit levels that were put in place by the state of Michigan, specifically calling out for cost controlling plans. And the city of East Lansing complied with that and negotiated benefits for all of our employees, public safety and non, that lowered the benefit levels, increased the retirement ages, and in most instances, reduced the multipliers as well. And I would argue that in terms of pensions, we talked about our public works employees, a group of employees that do a terrific job, got great praise from council, which I appreciated. Mr. Egger then questioned whether they were priceless or not based on their pension cost. These people do a very difficult physical job for 25 or 30 years, making between 40, 50,000, maybe a little bit more during that career. During that time, it is very hard to envision people being able to save fruitfully for retirement, to be able to pay for their housing, their food, their kids' college education, all the things that we have to pay for. To be able to provide a hybrid retirement plan, provide some certainty that when they get to 60 years old, that they will have the ability to actually retire. Now, we want that because these are physical jobs that wear people out. So, and they want it because it provides that opportunity. So I would argue that the benefit we provide is reasonable considering the work we ask of people. It's modest. Our benefit costs are 10.5% for across the board, or 10% for all of our non-public safety employees going forward. So we have a plan. We fixed the benefit a decade ago for all of our employees, and we've made tremendous progress in terms of financing that. Of course, it's not only the income tax we're relying on. We've paid an additional $19 million, including the income tax and general fund, into the pension plan. So what we're looking at here is MERS has made changes to assumptions. Those changes to assumptions are a positive thing because they are being more strict in terms of stringent in terms of what they're saying the plan has to do. They've increased the amount that people would have for salaries, and they've also decreased the amount in terms of investment returns. So they're holding themselves to a higher standard, making sure that these pensions are more soundly funded. So when you see the investment return, the amount we need to fund go up, that doesn't necessarily mean the city is doing poorly. That means MERS is also changing the assumptions to make sure we have a stronger financial plan in the future. But I stand by the fact that our plan to put aside $5 million extra income tax and general fund is a plan to get us well into financial security. If this were 5 years from now, 4 years from now, halfway into our plan of 12 years, and we were not making significant progress, I think then we certainly have to talk about what we're doing differently. But 2 years into the most widely discussed plan that I've seen in 20 years for the city, I think is not the time to make changes. I'd be happy to have more conversation about this, but I think I would stand by the plan we've had in all the facets, and I also stand by our employees who do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions? All right. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Caller with the phone number ending in 221, you are now permitted to address council.
Caller ending in 221, you are on with the council. You can feel free to speak or just say pass if you don't wish to speak on this subject.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. All right, thanks. This is Matt Hagan with Hagan Realty, 927 East Square River. We're a family-owned and operated business that has property.
Mr. Hagan, I do apologize. We're getting, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm not hearing your voices as clear, and I believe the sound is coming through. Do you mind adjusting volume or maybe moving into a different room? Possible.
It was clear at first and then it really trailed off.
Yeah.
Is that any better?
Yes, that's a lot better. Can we reset the time? Thanks.
Okay, would you like me to start over?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This is Matt Hagan with Hagan Realty. We are a family-owned and operated business that has been managing rental property in Lansing for over 50 years. We are opposed to the proposed ordinance 1500. In discussing this ordinance with my dad earlier today and explaining that the city had a concern with young adults making housing decisions, he responded when he was that age, people were being drafted and sent to Vietnam. Last time I checked, people of this age could still vote for the President of the United States and sign up to fight and die for our country. I think if we can empower them with those types of decisions, they can handle a housing decision. With MSU requiring sophomores to stay on campus, the people looking to rent off-campus housing will have had time to plan ahead. East Lansing has an ordinance in place that prevents discrimination based on student status. If you pass this ordinance, I believe you are discriminating against students by not allowing them to freely rent property. We ask that you please slow this process down and spend some time discussing various options. Thank you for your time. I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hagan? All right, seeing none. Thank you for being with us, and thanks for adjusting your volume.
Thank you.
Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Aaron Iturralde, you are now permitted to address council.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Aaron Iturralde. I live at 2599 Abbott Road, 48823. And I am a sophomore here at Michigan State University, majoring in secondary interdisciplinary social studies, education, and social relations and policy. And I'm the former ASMSU General Assembly representative for the College of Education and also the incoming vice president for academic affairs with ASMSU. I'm here to support as a student item 5.2, the resolution to adopt an ordinance which regulates the lease renewal process between landlords and tenants. As my fellow students will be discussing this evening, this is an issue that will be impacting MSU students for decades. But as a student representative, we weren't really sure how to approach this until Brian Jeffries and David Myers, ASMSU Student Legal Services, informed us of an ordinance very similar to the one on today's agenda that has been in place in Ann Arbor since 2006. Ann Arbor's current ordinance allows for a 70-day period, and this has been a helpful policy for protecting students that are now looking to expand it to 240 days. The proposed 150 days for East Lansing would let students get at least one semester behind them before signing or renewing their lease, allowing them to exponentially be more informed about the decisions based on their college experience. Additionally, this timeframe also allows students to go home for winter break to discuss things with their families, which is often a vital perspective for students to keep in mind. I sincerely hope that you will pass this resolution to help students, parents, and the entire MSU community for years to come. And thank you for listening to my statement.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none, Emily, would you mind going into the next caller?
Ellie Bennett, you are now permitted to address council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Ellie Bennett. I live at 2597 Abbott Road. For those that don't know me, I'm currently a sophomore at Michigan State University studying international relations and global international studies. I currently serve as the community liaison for ASMSU, which is the student government at MSU. And I'm here to voice my support for item 2.5, which is ordinance 1500. This is the resolution to adopt an ordinance which would regulate the leasing renewal process between landlords and tenants. On February 4th, ASMSU passed a bill to advocate for a resolution just like this. As COVID hit last year, many students had signed onto leases in October of 2019 and then were locked into them. I remember looking at the student group Facebooks with everyone trying to find people to take over leases. I was one of those students that took over a lease, and I remember on my search having people tell me why they needed to go home or couldn't fulfill their current lease obligations. It ranged from losing a job to needing to go back home to take care of family members during this time. Many students were forced to pay the rent, some lost jobs, and had family struggles as unemployment rose with the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID is just one example of how students' lives are constantly changing. Having students sign back onto a lease only a month into it is dangerous. Situations change, roommate situations change especially. Whether it's no longer being friendly with roommates or not being in a safe environment anymore, students' lives are constantly changing, and pushing this back to after the first semester can help tremendously in students' lives. So on behalf of ASMSU and the MSU students, I urge you all to support item 5.2, and thank you, and feel free to reach out with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, Emily, would you mind moving to the next caller?
Matt Apostle, you are now permitted to address council.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yep. Thank you guys so much for having me today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Matt Apostle. One second. 234 Wilson Road, 48824. I am a junior at Michigan State University, majoring in social relations and policy, and I currently serve as the vice president for governmental affairs with the Associated Students of Michigan State University, which is ASMSU, MSU student government. I have logged on today to speak in support of item 5.2 or ordinance 1500 of this evening's agenda, which is the resolution to adopt an ordinance which regulates the lease renewal process between landlords and tenants. This resolution would effectively push back the leasing season in East Lansing in order to make it more equitable for MSU students. Every year, thousands of students are pushed to sign or renew their leases on or around October 1st. And considering most of these leases start for the following August, this October renewal timeframe pressures students to agree to live in a place for 2 whole years after only living there for about 2 months. In the life of a college student, I think we can all agree that circumstances can change drastically over the course of 1 year, let alone 2. Friends change, relationships end, interests come and go, and students transfer or even take leaves of absence to take care of family. Our circumstances are turbulent, but at least in terms of housing, this resolution would give us a little far more grounding than I think we've ever had before. My colleagues have been speaking, will continue to speak a little bit more about this, but on behalf of ASMSU and MSU students, I urge you all to support item 5.2. Thank you, and I always feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Emily, or any questions for the speaker? All right, Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Jordan Kovac, you are now permitted to address council.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So, hi, my name is Jordan Kovac, 2597 Abbott Road, 48823. I am a sophomore at Michigan State University, majoring in social relations and policy and secondary social studies education. And I'm the former General Assembly representative for ASMSU for the James Madison College, and I'm the incoming vice president for internal administration. So I'm here to speak on item 5.2 as well. On February 4th, 2020, I was the one who introduced to ASMSU Bill 5762, which advocates for municipalities that contain MSU student rental housing to formally move back their lease signing periods. The idea for this bill was brought to us by the lawyers from Student Legal Services, who said that they had seen an exponential increase in students trying to terminate their leases for the last fall, stemming from the fact that they signed leases in October when the first case of COVID in the United States wasn't even documented until January 20th, 2020. Further, they noted that the timeframe that they generally have students reaching out to get out of a lease for the following year is around the end of the fall semester of the current year, when students really start being able to plan out the following year academically. We're young adults, our lives are hectic, and many of us are on our own for the first time. Even with this, we're expected to know within 8 weeks of living somewhere. I'm so sorry, I'm trying to enjoy the weather, but it's loud out here. I'm so sorry for that. Anyway, 8 weeks of living somewhere, whether we want to be stuck there for a whole nother year with the same people. I personally come from a poor background, but have the privilege of being able to receive Pell Grants that pay for my housing. However, I'm not given my financial aid statement for the next year until the second semester of the current year, which means I could feasibly sign a lease in October, lose my scholarship by the next semester, and be stuck in a legally binding contract that my family can't afford to bail me out of or pay for on their own. Students come from all different backgrounds, and many of us are trying to figure out the world while making our own mistakes. And we truly don't need legally binding financial contracts that we're pressured to sign way too far in advance to be one of these many mistakes that we are going to make. I hope that you all remember what it was like to be away from home for the first time and all of the mistakes that you had to make for yourselves, and that you vote to support students by voting for 5.2. With that, I hope everyone's staying safe and healthy. Thank you for letting me come and speak to you all tonight.
Thank you very much.
May I just ask one question of Jordan?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You cut out, or that person got louder. Did you say something about 8 weeks into your lease?
Yes. For me, I tracked the email from when my landlord first emailed me, and it was 8 weeks from when my lease started that they asked me to renew.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
The last caller is the phone number ending in 589. So 589, you are now permitted to address council.
Caller ending in 589. Oh, you are muted.
This is Owen Irvin. Can people hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm introduced myself. I'm a retired economics professor at Michigan State. I taught there from 82 to 2012. Since 1985, I don't see the clock going, by the way.
You were at about 4 minutes and 40 seconds right now. We will give you a warning at 30 seconds. Yep.
Okay. So I'm a retired economics professor since my 1985. My wife and I bought our first rental house. Currently, we also own, my wife owns the company called SRP Management. We manage like 40 rental houses and 2 small apartment buildings. Early in my life, I spent a lot of time on committees, including helping draft the housing code. In 1985, when we first got into the rental business, houses rented in April. This is for a September move-in under the quarter system. But over time, the city basically made it more difficult to increase rental houses. When we first started, you could get a license for 5 and then 4. And then basically, with the city restricting licenses and MSU enrollments go up, demand for houses go up. And there are very few new apartment buildings being built in. In 1998 or so, Ordinance 900 was passed, and that allowed 2 people, no matter what the size of the house. So the supply was fixed. With higher demand and fixed supply, guess what happened? Rents went up, and students went out looking for houses earlier. And eventually, renting actually got to October. It started in April and worked its way back to October. Local landlords got together and said, okay, nobody's going to rent their house before October 1st because for some of the reasons people need to be in the house for a couple months to see, test out the current roommates and all that stuff. But guess what MSU did? They decided to make the dorm contracts end on October 15th. Well, with the dorm contracts, you had to renew by October 15th. That pushed more pressure on people to rent earlier. And also we had a lot of out-of-town new apartment building owners leasing earlier. So the market switches to basically start mid-September when people are given some notices, hey, the market's going to start. And what's happened the last 6 years? We've increased the massive number of apartments near campus. I'd be really surprised as an economist that the study doesn't say that the apartments are overbuilt. So with apartments in excess supply, to use an economics term, you can rent apartments close to campus well into January or February. Close-in houses are still in tight supply, with many far-out houses, such as up by Marble School, are harder to rent. The current market, when we rent, starts mid-September with renewals, and generally it finishes by late October for close-in houses. Now, I understand this is an ordinance in response to students' complaints about being asked to renew earlier. But remember, only about 20% of students renew, and only 5,000 of them live in houses. So you're talking about 1,000 students that are being asked to renew their leases earlier. It's not landlords pressing the students. The market is pressing the students by not having enough availability. It's been rectified heavily in apartments. There really is not a problem with apartments. We rent first come, first served, very nice houses. I think the students, particularly if they're sophomores, they've already been around for a year, are fully informed as to what kind of houses they are. The pressure on this ordinance could be worse. You'll have all these people who are waiting to February to get houses. It won't be 6 weeks. The leases will be signed in 1 month, a 1 week problem. And I can tell you, I've been in those situations. It's like a panic. Plus, I think you in terms of artificially constraining the market, by encourage smaller landlords to just ignore the ordinance as
You
they
have 30
currently
seconds
do in Ann
remaining.
Arbor. They currently do in Ann Arbor. And many houses will be passed down from the current group to groups of friends. And so we're not going to be able to give existing students, a few weeks to renew their houses. And so East Lansing property values are probably also going to go down for apartments. And what are you doing that in the middle of a budget crisis? And then lastly, I don't see there's any health and safety matter that underlies everything else in the housing code. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller if we do have another?
Those are all the callers on the line.
All right. Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody that called in. Our next item on the agenda is communication from the mayor and council members. I will start with Councilmember Babcock. I think I have the unique ability of always putting the wrong person on the spot when I choose.
You usually pick me. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you?
Yes.
I've got this. All right. This takes me back to 1985, the world's fourth busiest Burger King, which was at the Frandor Point. Fries with that. All right. Back to public service. A few thoughts. First off, we are in the midst of free leaf pickup. If you watch the budget session, you know this is near and dear to our hearts on Touraine. So next Monday is the east side of town. The following Monday is the last free leaf pickup, and that will be on the west side of town. I wanted to comment on something a little more serious. We're having white supremacist stencil stuff in our parks. And when you talk to experts about how to deal with this sort of thing, they often ask you to not call attention to it or try not to inflate it too much. But I know it truly upsets people in this community. So on the long, long odds that our stenciler is watching City Council, I will just say this. You have a few options in life. You can move things forward, you can stay the same, or you can move backwards. And if you're a pathetic person who's trying to move stuff backwards, you'll find this community doesn't like you very much. But I'm also not willing to give you too much more bandwidth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
I am blank of mind tonight, I'm afraid. I'm going to just respectfully listen, which will shock anyone who's ever paid attention to these council proceedings.
Thanks. Great. Councilmember Bacon.
Not too much tonight to say. I just kind of, from my perspective, just kind of a prayer, call out, or thoughts for the nation. None of this is occurring in a vacuum. It's kind of how I lead most conversations. I never want to pretend like the budget's the most important thing happening in the United States right now. East Lansing, a lot's going on, a lot of social unrest. Hopefully it means a lot of change and a lot of positive change. There's definitely some rumblings, and when things are rumbling, they can tend to go either way. So hopeful that a lot of the decisions and choices that we've made as a city will continue in the direction that they're going, and will be intentional in moving our city forward in a positive manner around all things, in fairness, around our law enforcement, around our public services, around racism as a public health crisis. Because I think we all have to acknowledge that there's just a lot going on. I think it's a wave, and I think if you don't stay ahead of the wave, you're going to be drawn under the wave. And I think we're at least on top of the wave and continue to go forward. And I just hope that we continue as a council and as an administration to continue to move forward and stay ahead of this wave that's coming through. That was it.
Great. Thank you very much. Councilmember Watson.
I don't have much to say at all. I just wanted to thank everybody that have called in and everyone who's written in. And thank you to my council members for your thoughts as well. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I have a few things that I wanted to mention today. We have a number of items on our consent agenda that I think warrant a little bit more attention. The first is approving a resolution to amend the budget to reduce business license and entertainment fees. I think this is a great step, and I'm proud of us taking this effort on to support our businesses during a very difficult time. This is something that we did last year, and I'm glad to see it on the agenda again today. A resolution acknowledging the month of Ramadan, a resolution acknowledging Fair Housing Month, as well as an approval and preparation of submittal of the Michigan Historical Marker application to the Michigan History Center to honor Dr. Robert Greene. Incredible effort by our DEI administrator, Councilmember Bacon, Adam DeLay, I believe, and then Karen Honey are the committee members. If I'm forgetting somebody, I do apologize. But really incredible job, presentations to members of the community as well. Good media attention just on the efforts of Dr. Greene, and also the recognition that I think is needed in the city of East Lansing for not only our own past, which has its own issues that we continue to try and address the systemic problems that have been caused, but also recognizing, I think, a new path forward. So I do appreciate that. Of course, as well, we have approving of a funding for our art space proposal. This is something that I'm very excited about moving forward with. We talk about intentional housing. We talk about really pushing out our building in a way that we want to see in East Lansing. Oftentimes, I think the funniest thing that I end up talking to classes about when I do guest lectures, especially, is when people say, well, why is the city going and developing X? Or why is the city doing this with this property? And I very often have to say the biggest misconception is that property owners own buildings. We just end up putting the rules in place for what they can do and what they cannot do. And sometimes it's difficult for us to have a little bit more control over what we want to see in our city and with the direction that we want to actually head. And so I think that, starting things like this, pushing projects that will encourage diverse housing is something that we need to intentionally do. And I'm proud to partner with the DDA and our Arts Commission to do that. And my last item that I wanted to talk about is the walk-in COVID vaccines that are currently happening through Sparrow. So on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., Tuesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Saturday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., you can walk in to, I'm trying to get the address, 3131 East Michigan Avenue in Lansing, Michigan, 48912 to get a COVID vaccine if you are above the age of 16, or if you are 16 and up. You should bring an ID and an insurance card if you have one, although insurance is not required. I just wanted to put that out there because I know that there are a lot of folks that are trying to get appointments through a variety of means. It is important to get that vaccine. And it is certainly something that is being offered a little bit more widely now. Those walk-in appointments, of course, are going to offer, I think, a lot of opportunity for folks that might not have been able to schedule a vaccine appointment thus far. So again, do encourage folks to stay safe and certainly get that vaccine because it's going to make everything a lot easier and hopefully make everything a lot safer as we move into a different period, hopefully at the end of COVID. So that is the last thing that I have in terms of our agenda and announcements. But I will be making a motion right now and this will be for the end of the meeting, but to adjourn to closed session pursuant to Section 8C of the Open Meetings Act for strategy and negotiation sessions connected with the negotiation of collective bargaining agreements for COAM, POAM, and IAFF. The closed session will occur at the conclusion of the meeting, and I would ask for a second for that motion. I believe that is a second by Councilmember Babcock. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Babcock. Will the clerk please call the roll on this item?
Councilmember Babcock,
Yes.
Councilmember Bacon,
Yes.
Councilmember Watson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregg,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes. Okay, seeing that passes unanimously, at the end of this meeting, we will head into closed session. We will come back to this meeting to adjourn. No decisions will be made in that meeting, and also, or no votes will be taken in that meeting, and also are not expecting to take any votes when we come back. All right, on to our next item, which is the city manager's report. Mr. Lahanas.
No report this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Under our next item, which is the city attorney's report. Mr. Homier.
Nothing for me either, Mayor. Thank you.
Great. And onto our consent agenda. City Manager Johannes.
Yes, we have the following items on the consent agenda for council's consideration. 3.1, approve the following appointments or reappointments to boards or commissions. A, Flemming Mathiasen to the Officers Compensation Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2027. 3.2, approve a resolution to amend the budget of the City of East Lansing to reduce business license and entertainment fees. Item 3.3, approve a resolution acknowledging the month of Ramadan. Item 3.4, approve a resolution declaring April as Fair Housing Month in the City of East Lansing. Item 3.5, approve a resolution to receive and file a recommendation from the Downtown Management Board on the continuation of the Principal Shopping District Project Special Assessment, to declare this project a special necessity, to receive and file Special Assessment Roll 76 for the cost of the district of the property, and to set the date and time for 2 public hearings regarding the continuation of the special assessment for May 11, 2021 and May 25, 2021. Item 3.6, approve a contract with E.T. McKenzie Companies in the amount of $5,543,927.68 for the construction of the East Glencairn Neighborhood Improvements Project, and authorize the city manager to sign. Item 3.7, approve a change order to the existing contract with Professional Services Industries Incorporated for as-needed material testing services in the amount of $60,000, and authorize the city manager to sign. Item 3.8, approve the preparation and submittal of the Michigan Historical Marker application to the Michigan History Center to honor Dr. Robert Greene. Item 3.9, approve a funding request of $12,375 and authorize the city manager to execute a market and feasibility study with ArtSpace in the amount of up to $30,000 in a form approved by the city attorney. Item 3.10, approve and award a contract to Bloom Roofing for the replacement of roof section B at the East Lansing Public Library in the amount of $72,629 plus $10,000 contingency. Those are all the items on the consent agenda for council's consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any items that any council member would like taken off the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, I'll look for a motion on the consent agenda.
I'll move approval.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Gregg, seconded by Council Member Bacon. Is there any discussion on this?
I just wanted to repeat my ringing support for the art space feasibility study. I think you hit the nail on the head with your comments that this is one of the, aside from becoming a housing developer ourselves, which I think is not our specialty and probably rife with possibilities for error, the best chance we have for moving affordable and mixed housing into East Lansing is to identify partners and then work with them. So I think that this is a step in the right direction. Special bonus to me is that it's got a creative aspect to it, which everybody knows is my background. So I'm very excited to see it move forward. The Arts Council was extremely enthusiastic. Our Arts Commission, was extremely enthusiastic about it. And I know it's gotten great support from the DDA, specifically Peter Dewan, the chair of that committee, who has really been a great advocate for this. So happy to see it move through.
Great. I'll go ahead, Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, I just wanted to give an additional acknowledgement to the Dr. Robert Greene ordinance. Just speaking to what you were speaking on the public conversations, been some really beautiful conversations and historical things. Every time we do have one of these public conversations, we learn a great deal of the history, the rich history of civil rights, of just the fight for individual freedoms and for fairness that took place here in East Lansing. And there's elements, I think, that are very cathartic in having these conversations that are taking place, and people having a renewed interest in this, both in this time period, though painful and, kind of stirring up a lot of emotions. I think they're important to have. And I think we never want to forget kind of how we got here and who we say we are. And we have to acknowledge where we came from and what we were in order to make that make any sense. And I think I say it every time in these conversations, it's impossible to tell the history of East Lansing without explaining and understanding the history of Dr. Robert L. Greene and many others. But he's definitely a pin in this history that none of the other history makes sense without telling his story. So it's been a pleasure to have these community conversations and meet so many people who have unique stories of their own around his history.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other comments regarding the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the consent agenda as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. My apologies.
I just
Councilmember
want-
Bacon, was
Yep, that was aye. I had technical difficulty. Aye.
that a
Aye.
vote in the affirmative?
That was affirmative. Yes.
Okay.
Mine too.
Great.
I was on mute. Apologies for my delay there, but affirmative.
Okay, just want to make sure it's recorded effectively. All right, we are on to our next item as the consent agenda has been approved, which is a public hearing on the fiscal year 2022 Community Development Block Grant Budget. I will hand this over to Amy Schlichler-Schmidt. This is not something that we were going to be voting on today. This is the first of 2 public hearings that we will have on this subject. We will be letting folks from the audience come in, but I want to give staff an opportunity to present the item before we do so. Mr. Schlichler-Schmidt, let's go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So this evening, City Council will be hosting the first of 2 public hearings, as the mayor just noted. The proposed budget within the packet and in the online materials is a reflection of staff's current funding recommendations that were discussed by City Council twice already, both at the March 16th discussion only meeting and then last Tuesday on April 20th as well. Last week, city staff did reach out to prior CDBG grant recipients, nonprofit agencies that had received funds in the past, as well as reached out to a group of organizations that City Council had requested might be notified about the CDBG grant process. Within that email correspondence, information was shared about upcoming meetings and public hearings. The existing budget before you this evening was shared, in addition to a map showing CDBG eligible census tract areas, and then really sharing a HUD matrix that would share all types of possible funding opportunities for projects. City Council will not take any formal action tonight, as it was mentioned. The next public hearing will be May 11th. There will be a notice placed in the newspaper, as was for this public hearing, and then a final vote for consideration of approval will be on May 25th. And I'm happy to answer any questions Council may have.
Any questions for staff? All right, seeing none, I'd like to open this up for a oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
All you.
Was I acknowledged? I didn't mean to cut in.
Yeah, no, you're all good. Go for it.
No, I was just interested in seeing more who came into that kind of public service queue. I know we had quite a bit of conversation around that. And I know those were relatively placeholders. I was talking with Amy and obviously George on those opinions and just kind of seeing, I don't know those sectors. I know some other people know those sectors very well. So I would have been interested to see if other members came into that queue, in that public service queue, with interest in participating in those dollars. So that was it.
Okay. My apologies, Councilmember Bacon. Was there something that you wanted staff to follow up on specifically on that?
Not specifically. I just have a special interest in it. If there were different people who came into that, just to bring it to my attention, because I'm curious, because I want to get better in this area, because I came from the old process. So I'm just interested to see who's entering the queue once there's knowledge broadly that these dollars exist again, who want to participate again. It's
Gotcha.
more curiosity.
Understood. All right, I will open this up for a public hearing unless there are any other questions for staff. Just want to make sure. All right, seeing none, I will open this up for a public hearing. If you do want to speak on this subject, you will have 5 minutes to speak to the full council. We'll let you in. We'll call out either your number or your name based on what device you use to call in. If you don't wish to speak on this subject specifically, you can feel free to just say pass. Emily, would you mind letting in this first caller?
Caller with the phone number ending in 221, you are now permitted to address council.
Caller with a phone number ending in 221. If you hit *6 on your phone, you should unmute and be able to speak to the full council. If you don't wish to speak to the full council on this subject, you can feel free to just say pass. All right, Emma, let's circle back to this caller just to make sure.
Caller with the phone number ending in 963, you are now permitted to address council.
Pass.
Those are all the callers we have on the line.
Okay, would you mind letting in the caller one more time with the phone number ending in 221? I just want to make sure that folks get the opportunity to speak if they do wish to.
Caller with the phone number ending in 221, you are now permitted to address council or say pass if you would not like to speak.
You just hit *6 on your phone to unmute. All right, not a problem. Thank you very much, Emily. All right, with that, I will close the public hearing. And all right, I'm going to give one more opportunity for members of council. If there are any questions or staff, if there is anything else that you wanted to present on the subject. All right, great. That concludes the first public hearing for this item. There is no required action at this time. We will be discussing this item again and have another public hearing on May 11th. And then the actual vote on this item will take place May 25th. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Great. All right.
Questions?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm just
Making
always
sure.
like, when is, sorry. So last year, or maybe the year prior to that, when the social service dollars were cut, didn't people voluntarily show up to make comment and to request dollars?
I don't recall that.
Go ahead. No,
Go ahead. I think Councilmember Watson, are you referring to the year that, like the last year we funded public services from CDBG? Is that what you're referring to? Or are you maybe discussing the first year we didn't, council did not
Maybe it was
fund
like the
public
first year. I feel like maybe a previous time you presented and mentioned that maybe like Haven House presented and advocated for themselves and got some dollars.
They did. And I would need to check my records on if this was a year ago or 2 years ago. But there was a time where that particular year, public services were not to be funded. Haven House did appear before City Council. And what ended up happening for that particular fiscal year is that City Council voted to approve an allocation from the general fund pot of money and not the community development block grant pot of money. And so the an amendment or addendum, if you will, was made before the official fiscal year budget was approved. I worked with the finance department, and so, but it came out of the general fund pot and not the CDBG pot.
There's like two things that, and I think Mr. Smith is trying to figure out too, the exact year that you're referring. So one of the years was when this money was originally going to be cut from public services and allocated towards something else. And we did have members of nonprofits come to council meetings at that point, if I remember correctly, and advocate for this money to continue or for there to be another year. At that point, there was an amendment offered by myself to continue it for another year. The year after, however, there was an allocation, and I'm not going to try to speak to intent, but there was an allocation directly from the general fund to one agency, and that agency was Haven House, and it was in the same amount as an arts grant increase that we had approved as well. And so I think that I can't remember for the life of me whether or not they actually did attend a meeting to advocate for that. But that, yes, that was a general fund allocation, not something that came out of the CDBG budget. And I think that was more of a council discretion decision rather than a decision based in this process right here.
Thank you. You know, my point and my sadness is this process. And Lisa, just so you know, I can hear you just a little bit.
Okay.
I can hear you just a little bit. And just so we've sent out notification that there's this money available, and the process is to maybe write in or come to a public hearing, and nobody's here. And I was a part of a process that was very extended. People had to write in, they had to explain what they were gonna do with the money. And it was never, I don't recall it ever being as high as it's been for some of these groups. And so I'm just like, wondering like the background of what information was given for people to not show up today. Is that a sign of something? Is everyone coming during the next public hearing, or is everybody writing in? Or is it just like a given that the people that staff suggested are going to get the money, and that's gonna be that? And so I'm just expressing just disappointment, because I was used to the other process. I believed in that other process. And now, like, no one's here today.
I do think it's entirely likely that people will be showing up for the second public hearing, because in the past, that's when people have showed up for the conversation. So I don't know if Amy has any sense of, from conversations from people, if there's been strong interest expressed. What has been your sort of take on people's expression of interest?
So thus far, I actually, a couple of hours ago, I had a conversation with Tri-County Office on Aging, and they expressed that they would either be writing in or attending the second public hearing. I also received a very brief correspondence from Haven House thanking me for the updates on the process. And so that is the interaction I have had thus far with the agencies. I think, to George's point, oftentimes they do come a little bit later in the process. I don't know the rationale of that. Maybe it's, you know, they kind of want to see if council starts adjusting the budget as we go along. I'm not quite certain. But I think it is likely that we might see some additional participation, although obviously that lies with the organizations. I did try to express to them and you know, share with them that they have every opportunity to speak with council, whether that's, you know, calling council members. You know, I gave them the direct email, the council@cityofeastlansing.com, or, you know, I shared that, you know, they could certainly reach out to staff with additional questions. So that is what I have received so far.
Councilmember Watson, did you have anything else? I didn't want to cut you off. To Councilmember Watson's point, I do think that we should probably have a follow-up conversation at some point if this is going to be a regular allocation, especially given kind of everything that happened this past year, how much these organizations have helped folks in need during a pandemic and an extremely difficult time. I do think that this council wants to move forward with allocation of some of these public service dollars, obviously this year, but that might be something that we look at in years in the future. And so I think that to Councilmember Watson's point, a discussion on that process might be necessary for a future council meeting, or even one in the near future. I'm happy to do that because I was involved in that process as well. And I think that we got a lot of good input. I think that we heard a lot about different organizations. It was a very hard process, quite frankly. I mean, just as a human, it was difficult to allocate dollars and really nickel and dime things, as literal as that means. I actually remember having a conversation about a dime at some point during that process, but I do think that it's important that we have that conversation. So Councilmember Watson, I might follow up with you and maybe staff to determine whether or not we need to do that at a discussion meeting, or we need to do it maybe even before we pass this budget. So if that's all right with you. Go ahead, Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, I think additionally that we are a little bit maybe intentional as well, that it, you know, in seeking a bit of diversity of who we're hitting, and I mean that broadly, of the services that we hit upon. I know there was often things around duplication around some of those things. I know that's not a thing that's necessarily occurring in this list, but just making sure if there's other little small niche areas that support other services or that type of thing, that we at least give them an option, because I know these what seems as small dollar amounts can make a massive difference in nonprofit budgets. So, or a service or a whole family or an individual. So just to being intentional, even next time around, I understand the tight timelines and I understand what Amy and her team do and how difficult it is, but just in the future, being a little bit intentional with it.
Yeah, I agree. And then, I mean, as well, we are still in a remote environment where it is a little bit more difficult to have kind of a fully, and I mean, this is a deviation from previous years too. So we are adapting to what was the norm last year to the norm this year, and creating that process might be a little bit difficult for this year. But I think that having that conversation about a future process is valid. So, yeah. Councilmember Watson, I
I'm
want to
happy
make
to take part in any conversations.
yes.
Council's discretion. I'm happy to.
Okay, great. Councilmember Watson, I want to make sure that you got your questions answered and any comments.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. All right, any other questions, discussion on this item? All right, move on to our business agenda. The first item on our business agenda is consideration of ordinance 1499, an ordinance prohibiting residential water shutoffs. And this is the city manager, Mr. Lahanas.
Yeah, so this is what we talked about during the budget work session. We're looking for council's consideration of an ordinance to continue a moratorium on shutoffs for a 3-month period. This would go to July 1. Obviously, the state of Michigan had a moratorium in place up until March 31, 2021. And with that lapsing, we obviously believe that this was something that we would want to consider for our residents and ratepayers. There are a significant number of people who are in arrears, and this would provide people an opportunity to avail themselves of the COVID dollars, the CV program, which has grant dollars in order to pay for people's utilities that they haven't been able to pay. So this provides an opportunity with notice to people to use that program, and hopefully lots of people can use that program to get out of financial challenge in terms of the utilities. So we think that this is a good step, a responsible step, considering the COVID environment and people's financial hardship, to be able to give people more time to resolve their utility bill.
Go ahead, Councilmember Babcock, you have a question?
Thank you. I completely support this with one caveat. As I'm reading this, what would happen if accounts are not paid in full 30 days after the moratorium ends?
So my understanding is they're subject to shut off at that point, but I can ask Finance Director Val Posh, who does the billing.
Okay.
Jill, are you on the call?
Yep, I'm here. So our process would likely be, right, we're going to begin communicating. Sorry, I got kids. Levi, I am talking. I don't care. Go. I'm sorry.
No, you're all good.
We've all been there.
I am talking.
Okay, so
my much better half just got that 5.
So we would begin communicating with people. We are communicating with people even as we go. So we have talked about, we have been communicating with people, that we have this delayed shutoffs. There have this, moratorium on shutoffs. And it says that, at some point we will have to not be able to do that anymore. And so I think as people call in, we are telling them, let's set you up on a payment plan, pay what you can. We're offering them any kinds of programs that we're aware of, whether it's state or federal. So we're doing what we can to help people. Now, I guess what would happen when the moratorium is over is we would have to give notice to each of these delinquent water payers. And we would then give them a date certain that they would have to pay by. Otherwise, then they would get tagged and go through our normal process, which then after tagging would be shut off. I believe, obviously we're going to want to work with our residents as much as possible. We would be more lenient on payment plans. We would maybe extend payment plans out longer. So as long as people maintained that payment plan that they set up with us, we would not shut them off. If they defaulted on their payment plan, then it would go through the tagging and the shut off process.
Okay. I guess my concern is I'm currently working with an eviction diversion program in Detroit. And I know the money is not coming through from MISHDA the way we had hoped. And so 30 days is a lot shorter when you're waiting on money to come through from someone else. I'm glad to hear you're working on payment plans. This reaches back to our previous conversation, but perhaps we could consider setting aside some of our CBDG funds to create a fund within the water and sewer, within the essential services that are operated by the city, that would allow us to give people a little more breathing room. Some folks just aren't going to fully catch up ever, and keeping water is crucial. So that was my concern. I saw the reference to 30 days. I'm glad to hear what you're doing, but do you think it would be wise for the council to change it to say 60 or 90 instead of 30? Would that give you cover, give you a better opportunity to work with people?
You know, there are a lot of delinquent accounts. We have approximately 1,000 accounts that are delinquent out of 8,000. So there are a lot of delinquent accounts. I do have some concern administratively, you know, us being able to manage the phone calls, manage the program, manage the money coming in, if it's capital area housing partners that do it. But also, I'm not sure that DPW can shut off that many, you know, water payers at a time. So, you know, perhaps it's going to be a cycle approach, right? After 30 days, we would do cycle by cycle, so section by section of the city. You know, I guess the ordinance is not in that much detail. So, you know, maybe it's worthwhile to give us that opportunity or a little bit of discretion to manage the rollout of tagging, shutting off, working with our residents.
Okay. My concern also would be, though, for the residents who know they've got this back debt, that they owe it, and not knowing when it's coming. You know, it's good to be last on that list, but you can't count on it. And you still live with the stress, you still live with the fear. And if you can't get around it, being last on the list isn't much of a help. You know, I appreciate that you sort of calculate, well, we can't get all 1,000 of them at once, but for the people living with that worry, they don't know if they're going to be first, second, or 1,000th. And so anything we can do to help them get caught up and put this behind them, I'm in favor of. Thank you.
Mayor, could I jump in quick?
Yeah, absolutely. And then Mayor Pro Tem.
To Councilmember Babcock's point, we also, you know, are, like I said in our earlier conversation, are considering other options. And one thing we'd like to consider, if possible, is the use of some of the additional supplemental funds we'll be getting from the federal government for relief of people. Now, I'm scared to say it even because we just don't know all the restrictions and we have to look at what that will look like. But that is a possibility that we'd like to explore in May when we get the clear guidance on this, and then come back to council. So there's lots of things we have to do, replace revenue, infrastructure, and all that. But certainly we can look at potentially having some additional funds to, you know, try to broaden the CDBG CV funds, which have, you know, very strict income qualifications. Perhaps this can be a different layer of funding that can provide some relief to people, to ratepayers as well. So there are other things we've just started discussing. You know, Director Falposh and Director House and I have sort of all talked about the fact that there's a lot of people in arrears and what can we do. So we're kicking this around now and looking for ways to provide some relief. And we'd like to, if with the moratorium in place, take another shot at this in addition to the CV funds to see how much use that gets and how things look over the next month, but potentially come back with another program that can move some of that money out to people.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then I got a question.
Yeah, I just, that is a, I'm still kind of sitting with that number, that 1,000 delinquent accounts. So just with the idea that at some unspecified future date, we're going to try and bring these people back into line. And I know that you can't answer this question with any definite, but are people kind of sitting on the full amount and kind of waiting to see what happens? Or are some of those people starting to do payment plans already? Or is it just kind of
there's kind of a mixed mixed bag. I mean, we have some people who are just simply not paying anything. Or others that are calling and trying to set up a payment plan and are being proactive. We do have concern with those that aren't paying anything, that it will be very difficult for them to catch up and, you know, on top of their normal bills, also pay the high arrearage amounts. I mean, some accounts are in the thousands. It's not hundreds.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of like mentally tallying how many water cycles we've had in the last year, and it's, you know, easily getting up into the quadruple digits. With the idea that we will at some point have to make those phone calls, does it make sense? I guess maybe wait until we know what types of programs we would be able to offer due to that Fed money, but it seems like knowing that we're going to have to make those phone calls eventually, would there be sense in starting to make those phone calls now, just to kind of like, I don't know, bring people into kind of the reality of the situation? I don't think we're trying to shock or, you know, add anxiety to a already terrible situation, but I think, you know, I guess, it's been a long time since I had bills and collections, but I have been that person, and so I have a huge amount of sympathy. And I do know that it's important to get those payment plans up early and as affordably as possible, especially if you're talking about large quantities of back payment necessary. I'd like to make it as painless as possible.
And at what point, sorry, and just to add on to that, at what point the program that we're going to be implementing with CAHP, because I think that, you know, proactive outreach is a good thing, but we could also proactively outreach regarding that program and start trying to funnel some people into that.
So we're waiting on HUD approval still for that program. I don't know if Amy is still on the call. So we were waiting for final approval for that program before we announce it. As soon as we find we have the approval for the program, our plan is to do direct mailings to all of our water customers who are in arrears, to have them, to let them know about the program. So that is planned. We're also going to be doing a website with that information and social media posts for people. So as soon as we know about it, we're going to tell people and get that information into people's hands.
Okay. And sorry, I didn't want to diminish or Mayor Pro Tem Greg's question, which
I was done. I just kind of, you know, I guess like with the idea that there might be more of a aid available in the future, I do understand the thought process of somebody who just does not have any extra money, kind of hoping that something comes along. But I also feel like allowing the, you know, knowing that it's going to have to be settled up at some point, allowing it to get worse and worse and worse. We're really not doing people, we're obviously doing them the favor of not shutting off their water, but we're really, you know, making the situation worse in terms of catching up. And it just, you know, that, I don't know, I want people to be able to have their water bill paid, I guess. So let's hope that the feds give us good news.
I will add that in addition to what George mentioned, as far as how we're going to communicate, we are publicizing that website. It's cityofeastlansing.com/assistance. And it's going to have all assistance on there that we're aware of to help businesses, individuals, whomever. But we're putting that on the water bills, and we will also have that on the delinquent water notices. And so as people get that, hopefully they will visit that website and see what various programs are available, whether it's water, rental, whatever. So that is another way that we're trying to reach out. And then, like George said, as the program for our program gets approval from HUD, we will do more publicity as far as press releases, social media blasts, and all those types of things. And at the same time, we will plug. It's a good thing to go ahead and try setting up a payment plan now, like no amount's too small. You know, we're willing to work with you and get you going on that road, you know, to get your bills back down to what's more manageable.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bacon.
I know I don't even know the feasibility of this, but I know I've seen on other forms of utilities and bills where you can kind of can have a benefactor beneficiary relationship. If you're someone who's current, like, would you like to apply to rounding or applying X amount to your own utility in order to apply it to people who are in arrears or that type of thing? Is that, I know it sounds administratively ridiculous, and is there ever been a feasibility around having some exercises in rounding or additional payments for people who are not in arrears or maybe weren't hit as equally hard by COVID, and maybe could be like, this would be applied to someone else's or that type of thing, Jill?
That's not something that we've discussed at this point. It's obviously a great idea that we could consider. Like you said, a lot of programs, even if we use the ARP dollars administratively, it's going to be difficult. Like, how do you determine who should get it and who shouldn't? You don't want to provide the, maybe incentive for people just not to pay their bill and saying that we're going to cover everybody's bills. So it's a difficult situation. And so I think administratively, no matter what program we put in, there's probably going to be some administrative costs to it. But definitely, I think that's a great idea to consider. We've also talked about, a match program or an amnesty day or, different kinds of programs like that. So I think we're throwing around a lot of ideas. We'll definitely add that one to the mix.
Could we incorporate something like that into like maybe when we're talking about like income tax overpayments? I mean, we had this conversation like 2 years ago where it goes to parks programs and different things, but you could actually have, if you're making estimated payments and you pay above the amount, rather than going to the return, your return is donated to like a water shut off fund, right? That tries to, I understand what Councilmember Bacon's saying, and I'm just trying to throw out random ideas to maybe make it happen.
I had one more, Aaron, before you cut me off. I'm messing with you. Jill, I only asked this because you are who you are. Do you know an approximate in arrears in dollars? I know you threw out some of the larger ranges. Do you know
it's 300. Yeah, it's 300,000.
I only asked you that because I knew you would know. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Watson.
So the site you just gave, the City of East Lansing, did you say /assistance?
Yeah, yes, /assistance.
Okay. Is that the one that says COVID-19 financial assistance for residents?
Yes, it does.
All right. Have you all thought about a QR code?
I think we can talk with Michael about that.
And when people make payment plans, are they told you have to pay this within 90 days, or are they told you just have to set up to make some sort of payment? Like, how does that, how are payment plans worked out?
Pre-COVID, we would normally want people to have their delinquent bill paid off before their next cycle bill is coming out in hopes to avoid the compounding problem. But we don't say you have to make a payment every week or every 2 weeks or every month. We let the customer kind of drive what they're able to do with the goal of having it paid off before that next cycle bill.
Okay, so still now the hope is that they pay it by the next cycle.
I don't know that that will be possible for a lot of people who have very large delinquent balances. So I think we're going to have to be more expansive in the time frame that we give people.
Yeah, because when I think about it due on a quarterly basis, that's like double the amount. Like if it's due by the next billing period, then if at minimum they're paying double if they're just that little amount behind. But like you said, so the motorcycle is. But like you said, the more behind they are, the more that they have to pay. Have you all ever talked about a portion of your payment is going to go towards your past due and a portion is going to go towards your current bill? Have you thought about something like that? And sometimes that feels like you're accomplishing more if you're able to also tackle what's going on, and then also maybe some relief that maybe you're not going to get into that bind because some of it's going to go towards the current bill and then other is going to go towards the past due.
I'd have to look at our system to see how it works. Generally, the system automatically applies it to the most delinquent amount. And because it's just a running balance on someone's account, it doesn't necessarily show like this account or, this bill equal. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a running tally. But yeah, we can definitely look into some, if it makes it easier for people, a program that we could look at if our system allows for it.
Thanks a lot.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
One quick final. So, and I understand that you're working with the system, but is there a way to kind of like stop the interest accrual on the past due amount in order to kind of like cap what they would be owed so that they can make advancement on that while staying current with what they're currently owing? I guess you kind of said that that's not possible because the system applies it to the older one.
Yeah, so I think we'd have to do a couple of things, right? If we want to do something with the penalty technically there's an ordinance that says that we shall assess the 5% penalty.
Oh, yeah.
So we would have to deal with that ordinance.
So just go with me for a second so that they can stay current on their bills going forward. And then the balance of the past due amount kind of, sits there, but can be chipped away at, if that makes sense, so that it's not accruing interest. It's kind of separate from their water billing so that they can stay current, but then, given some more flexible amount of time, chip away at that. I don't know. I'm like, this is giving me panic attacks. Remembering like I don't know, like there was a bad couple of years where I had a lot of bills in collection and I didn't answer my phone and it was bad. I was young and dumb and it's all right. My bills get paid now, including my water bill, which is actually probably past due, but I will pay it by the next billing cycle. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm having a like stress reaction for these people. So I'm trying to kind of figure out some way to.
So we've heard from council pretty loud and clear that you want to see programs and options, and we certainly can work to bring that back to you over the coming month or so. So if you give us a chance to do that, we've heard a lot of different options, and I think we've got more options, and I think we'll know more when we see this federal money, what that can be used for, and then we'd be happy to bring something back and propose it that tries to close this gap for people. But and we certainly can have more work session discussion about this at a future date as well, if council prefers, when we bring it back for options.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Babcock and then Councilmember Bacon, and I also have a question. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Orno. Go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. I was just going to say to Council, Mayor Pro Tem Greg, when you've been there, you never forget. You never forget the fear and you never forget the calls. And when it happened to me, I was working as hard as I could nonstop. And all of us will be there if we haven't already been there. And I feel your panic just listening to it because I remember too. Thank you. And so the point is, I guess, if anyone's listening and you don't think you should ask for help or you're embarrassed, I don't think there's anyone who at some point in their life hasn't had need of help. And it would be our honor to be able to help you to pay it back. So if you're thinking that you don't want to deal with it, please call and we'll do what we can for you. We've all been there. We're not sympathizing, we're empathizing. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, just to address Jill's point from earlier, I would ask kind of similar, but maybe on the opposite side of what Lisa's saying, that people who do have the ability to pay and maybe their circumstances have improved, just to act in good faith and potentially diminish this administrative burden. This is a massive undertaking to even administratively to come out of that type of volume of customers and getting them on the right track. So people who are able to call and negotiate and do those types of things, but be proactive and try to help the staff and Jill and her team to help administrate this in a timely manner. Because the sooner people get engaged, this, don't avoid the process, just engage it and attempt to, alleviate some of that administrative burden and that fear and anxiety that kind of builds just sometimes from not calling in and just acknowledging that there's a problem. There's often ways to resolve or just that may diminish that anxiety that everyone's discussing, because I get it as well. So engage.
Director Feldpash, could you give me a little bit of perspective into kind of the difference between this year and previous years in terms of delinquent billing? I know that this is an increase, obviously, in situations like this, but and this can be provided after if you don't have the numbers in front of you, but kind of a comparison previous years, what we've seen in terms of delinquency?
I don't have exact numbers, but I can tell you that obviously in the past, when we have to shut people off for non-payment, it triggers a payment, right? So there's always been assistance programs out there through the state or other programs. So we've always had very few non-payment amounts, right? And then we send them to the tax bill. And when we send them to the tax bill in the past, it's been, I want to say it's around $30,000 or $40,000 a year goes onto the tax bill of delinquent water bill or water accounts. So it's definitely a significant increase. You know, I think it's not necessarily the number of 1,000 that concerns me. It's the dollar amount of some of the balances that is hard for me to wrap my head around, you know, someone being able to get that paid down. So I think, you know, the different programs that are available, you know, some people may need to avail themselves of multiple programs, not just one. And I would encourage them to look to see what else is available out there. And like I said, that assistance page, we're hoping to put as much out there as we can, not just city programs, but any other program that we're aware of.
That we set that amount originally at 3,000 in terms of CDBG, and I know that's still going through HUD approval, but you know, you mentioned several times that one of your biggest concerns is just the real amount that some folks are dealing with in terms of that payment. Do you think that that allocation of money would cover the majority of those issues?
Yeah, we worked together with Tom and Amy when those kind of recommendations were coming through. So we were kind of looking at what the amounts were at that point.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Great. All right. Any other questions, comments on this? So in terms of section 3, financial obligations, it says prevent the city of East Lansing from charging late fees for delayed payment of water services. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Greg touched on this a little bit more, but we are at this point kind of charging the late fees associated with these, and that if you wouldn't mind at some point giving us kind of a breakdown of that $300,000 number is pretty significant, but where the actual fees come into that and how much of an impact that's creating, that would be really great. I don't know if you have that in front of you, but
no, I don't have that number in front of me.
Yeah, I think that Councilmember Watson pointed it out, and then Mayor Pro Tem did as well. But I do think it's important to note that since we are just seeing such a big increase in this, if the late fees are something that's pushing that number up, especially for individuals that have kind of those higher numbers, that might be an area in which we can have a kind of a further discussion on the council table. But yeah. All right. Go ahead, Councilmember Bacon.
And you made a great point. I think I just want to make sure I'm clear on what Joe was saying. Is that kind of what you were considering around the amnesty portion of things? Like maybe if you can come up with the principle, we would consider amnesty around the late or delinquent portion?
Yeah, I think there's different ways to look at amnesty, but that would definitely be a great one to look at, right? Forego the penalty if they can pay the original balance due.
That may be appetizing to people even in a payment plan or something if they just came to the table and we're kind of got some amnesty that way. That may be an interesting approach.
Yeah, and a larger amnesty program obviously would impact our water and sewer funds and obviously impact, you know, future capital, future investment, reinvestment. So
understood.
We still need to be careful and thoughtful in our decisions and programs.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. If there are any other questions on this, please feel free to chime in. If there aren't other questions, I can entertain a motion. I'd be happy to offer a motion at this point. Oh, go ahead.
I was just
Councilmember Watson.
I'm sorry.
Motion to approve ordinance number 1499, an ordinance prohibiting residential water shutoffs.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Babcock, motion by Councilmember Watson. Thank you very much. Any more discussion or amendments on this ordinance?
I just wanted to clarify, making sure that there wasn't a request for a change in the time frame. Was that ever, that was discussed at the top of this from Councilperson Babcock?
So the ordinance, yeah, so maybe Mr. Homer could chime in, or maybe George could. The ordinance itself, I don't believe has that 30-day portion in it. I think it's just something that was in the staff report. So is that something we would need to put in, or could we direct to give a little bit of leeway to our staff to make sure that they have the appropriate amount of time to kind of contact all these folks, because it seems to be a significant number?
Well, go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, I was just going to say that that moratorium runs through July 1. After that, I think it would fall back to the city's policies on collection practices from there on out. So we talked about the extension of payment plans and the such. So I don't think that that needs to be included in the ordinance. You'll certainly have the opportunity to address those programs and policies after that even.
Mr. Lahanas, do you have anything on that?
I was going to say that we certainly, over the next 2 months, can figure out if we need to, if there's any portions we need to extend and make that a part of our recommendation as well.
Okay. Councilmember Bacon, did that answer your question effectively?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions, comments on this ordinance? I'd just like to say, I think this is a good thing. I think that extending this moratorium is obviously a benefit, but obviously during this conversation, we've talked a lot about really what a big issue this is, how many folks are affected by it, and how much people are affected. And so I think that getting hot approval for the programming, pushing that out there is going to be something that's important. Seeing what federal funds we can use and what local dollars are actually allocated towards utility payments is going to be interesting in the next few months. But I think that every member of this council has expressed that it's a priority for us to make sure that these folks are okay, and that water is provided as a human right to these individuals, and that we're willing to work to try to figure out what the best way to do that is, and we're really trying to avoid those shutoffs at all costs. So I think that's the message from this council, and it proves it by passing this ordinance, certainly, but definitely by the work that's going to be happening over the next few months. So I do appreciate this ordinance being drafted and coming up. I think this is a great step, and I'm glad to see this is where staff's head's at, because this is, I think, where we are too. So I appreciate that effort, and I'm proud to be passing this ordinance now, and I'll be even prouder once we get those numbers down and get people in good standing. So, all right. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. 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 All those opposed, same sign. Great, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Director Feldposh and George, for answering questions on this. Our next item on the agenda is item 5.2, consideration of policy resolution 2021-7 and ordinance 1500, resolution to adopt an ordinance to amend section. Well, it's an ordinance that would provide additional provisions which regulate lease renewal process between landlords and tenants. I am the staff contact on this, so I'm going to talk about it a little bit, and I'm going to give the reason for why I put it on the agenda tonight. This item is for discussion at this point. I wanted to have a discussion with the full council. I'm not looking for any action on it, but I would look for action on this at a future meeting if the council is supportive. And I want to give a little bit of background on the issue. You heard a little bit from ASMSU, but I will also refer back to our attorney, Mr. Homier, who helped me draft the ordinance. Mr. Homier, would you mind giving a brief explanation of what the ordinance would do? And then I'll get into the background.
Sure. So this ordinance largely reflects an ordinance that was passed or adopted by the city of Ann Arbor, restricting this time period for rental renewals. But I heard some of the earlier comments too, and I just want to make sure that we're clear about what the ordinance does and does not do. The ordinance does not prevent students from reaching out to their landlords and asking to renew early. It simply prohibits landlords from renting that unit to another tenant within that first 150 days and prevents them from showing those premises to prospective tenants until that 150 days of the current lease period has passed. But if you have a student who in the first 70 days says, yeah, I'd like to renew, they can renew. There's no prohibition against that. And so these would be required lease terms that would have to be included in the lease. That section would be added as paragraph 14. The current section 14 would be renumbered to 15 under the current ordinance.
Great. Thank you very much, sir. And I appreciate that clarification. So the reason why this is brought up, this is actually a bill that was passed by ASMSU, originally encouraging us to pass something similar to what Ann Arbor had in place. Ann Arbor has had their ordinance, which had limited this number at 70 days for a number of years now. And in fact, Ann Arbor is now looking at extending that number to 240 days. The reason for this is because 70 days was deemed too little in terms of the gap between, of course, people moving in and then the timing for folks that have to re-sign and or have to make decisions on housing, arguably about a year out before they were actually moving into the premises. This has been a really big issue in our city and also in the MSU community for a number of years. ASMSU reached out to me specifically, and we had a conversation about it earlier. And the determination was really made that if we were going to make a big impact on this, we wouldn't just have to pass something here in East Lansing. We would have to pass something in our neighboring community as well, Meridian Township, because they have a good amount of student housing as well, and a lot of rental housing. And we're not just talking really about student housing, we're talking about rental housing in general. This is not something that would apply just to students. But of course, if you're put in a position that many students are, where they end up signing leases for the year later, very early in the semester, there could be a number of issues with that. And usually people are pressured into those situations and pressured to sign leases fairly early without really knowing either financial aid or their own situation, personal situations, and it becomes a big issue. And it's something that we've tried for many years to try and curb. But after seeing the ordinance in Ann Arbor be in place for this long, and conferring with our attorneys that this was actually something that we could do, I thought that this would be something that we would discuss on this council table. I think it's something that would be good for our community, and it would very much benefit our residents. Hopefully, you will see a very similar ordinance being introduced on Meridian Township's desk next week. And we are working with the city of Lansing, a couple of council members over there, to hopefully have something introduced on their end as well. That way we wouldn't put an undue burden on our housing market versus another. Obviously, that was a concern that was brought up, and that was something that I think is valid. Of course, Meridian Township being probably one of the bigger entities that we would need to get on board. And I appreciate Commissioner Dan Opsimer, who's helping hopefully introduce something on Meridian Township's end next week. And as well, Council President Peter Spatafor, who's assisting in the Lansing end. So if folks have questions on this, I'm more than happy to take them. You heard from ASMSU. You certainly heard as well from a lot of our property management folks that do have some concerns. But I would like to see something like this passed. And if we are going to go forward with this, I would like to see it on an agenda for a future meeting, as long as we still see kind of the similar trend for Meridian Township going forward with theirs. Go ahead, Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, I took some notes kind of through, since there were so many people present or talking in the public comment section. Your point on the broader uptake of this, I think, is crucial in fairness to the property owners. Because there's just how we look through everything kind of through an equity lens. I'm looking at this through a COVID prism of sorts. I think it's very difficult to make these kinds of decisions in a disrupted market like this for what would we consider obviously small business owners, who are the people who have these properties, and maybe not the people who have multiples of multiples, but I'm sure there's people with onesie twosies and that kind of thing that would be, impacted, and maybe, unfairly. Just not creating unknowns in the market that we don't even know how it's going to emerge, for what our living patterns going to be switched up, or things going to change. New adjacent developments obviously are looming. What's that impact going to be on these other small business owners, and what are the new patterns going to be when these new adjacent things. So not having the broader partnership makes it really unfair. They haven't absorbed the sophomore rule yet, so there's just all these things coming down on the people. And my fear is, if we create a kind of a permanent solution for a temporary problem, because the market may actually solve itself. I'm not one that believes the market always solves itself, but if it's truly saturated and things we're going to learn from the housing study, some of these things are going to bear themselves out, and people will begin to be more competitive anyway because they're competitive finally. And then just unintended consequences. What I don't want to do is people who do maintain their properties, and I've seen this sometimes where there's overreach in some communities that I've lived in the past, where you can kind of disperse the good owners who keep their properties in line with the rest of the neighborhoods in the community, and you end up with, it may kind of shatter or some of those collectives and people who do a good job, and you end up with different types of owners, and it starts to kind of damage this landlord owners, who it starts to damage the aesthetic or the upkeep of the community, because they're not quite as in tune with the communities that they sit in. There's just a lot to this, in my opinion, for the small benefit that I'm not sure what the types of disruption will create. So those are my concerns broadly, but I do understand kind of the consumer protection elements for young people. That's kind of the only thing that really stands out to me. But at the same time, I did take a little bit from the one gentleman. There's an element of adulthood too in making, when you're entering into a real estate contract, there is an adult element to that. So it seems simple, but it's a pretty tricky thing that we're sitting on here. So those are just kind of all my observations from the comments and from reading the ordinance.
Yeah. I'm happy to respond to those, but I do want to give council members another opportunity to speak on the subject. Go ahead, Councilmember Watson.
I thought, Mayor Pro Tem, were you going to go? Which I'm fine.
Go ahead. I will speak at some point, but I don't have to speak now.
Okay. Thank you. So I heard Mr. Homier say that the tenant can approach the landlord about renewing their lease earlier. So does this ordinance still mean the landlord can ask the tenant prior to this time frame about renewing their lease?
Yeah, I don't see anything in the ordinance that would, as drafted, that would prohibit a landlord from asking a tenant if they want to renew. If the tenant were to say no, or I'm not sure, the landlord could not show the unit within that 150 days, nor could they lease it to anybody else within that 150 days. So regardless of the answer, they still have the 150 days.
Okay. All right. Thank you. For me, I think the COVID epidemic has made some things that we needed to work on, like very apparent, or like in this case, like even worse, like the stories about the students that needed to move out and were unable to move out. And like, the caller to me that called in about the 8 weeks in, college times change, and you have different friends, you have different partners, you want to live on different sides of towns, and to have to make that decision so early on, people aren't asked that. Like people that are looking for regular housing aren't asked to make that decision that quickly. And I think it's just good to give the students and really anybody else, because I've tried to rent here in East Lansing, and to ask me as a professional to align myself with the student schedule, like that doesn't work out for everybody. So I just, I appreciate all the comments. I appreciated what ASMSU has brought to our attention, and that there's other cities that not only have done it, but are even going to extend it so that there's a longer period of time that a person can figure their stuff out, or or see what their life looks like before they have to make that legal decision and end up sometimes owing a lot of money because those plans changed and they signed something 8 weeks in.
Thank you, Councilmember Watson. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have strong feelings on both sides of this. I think I don't know. I kind of feel that since I am a business owner, I have sort of a sympathy for the businesses in our community as kind of a alternate form of community resident. They reside here in a way. Obviously, they're not people, but they, contribute to our community financially with their profit, their income taxes on their profits and their property taxes, just as our residents do. They have rights just like our residents do. And, and for the most part, I think act as responsible, tenants in our community. I think we do owe them some loyalty to that. But I also feel a huge amount of sympathy for a young person who has just signed the most expensive contract of their life, a 12-month lease, who's then feeling pressured to sign an additional 12-month lease before they really even know what's happening to them. I'm glad to know that you have engaged the surrounding communities, because I think that that is a really crucial part of this. Without buy-in from Meridian Township and Lansing, I really just feel like we are kind of unduly burdening our own businesses. And I think that that is a group of people that we do owe a certain amount of loyalty to. So I would feel pretty uncomfortable with that. I think if it does become a regional thing, it also has to involve MSU though. Have we talked to MSU about their housing contracts?
We've had some initial conversations, and ASMSU certainly is kind of helping with those, but really, and I think one of the callers put it out there a little bit earlier, which was that MSU's housing market moves up, and they push, their time period at some point. And of course, we don't really have a lot of control over what MSU does specifically, especially when it comes to housing. But I would say that the same argument applies, which is that the market determines when they really have to start pushing those leases. And so, a lot of RA decisions don't come out until, the second semester. You can get a dorm room up until the last day on the second semester, for the next year. Right. And MSU will be happy to accommodate that. I mean, the push for students to live there is, I think it's bred out of the fact that the market's pushing people so early. And once you get to that point, MSU falling back on living on is always going to be something that's there. And I think students will know that. The thing that I really want to highlight about this is all this really does, especially if we get surrounding communities on board, is push back this timeline, right? What we're talking about here is, still complete, ability to have whatever release terms they want and, timeline and anything else. It's just pushing back when that actually occurs. And as we've seen, it's crept closer and closer and closer to be the beginning of that first semester. And, whether it's my year or the students that are currently there that are now pushing us as a council to implement this, we know it's been a burden. And COVID, of course, has highlighted it, as Councilmember Watson said, but we really need to take a hard look at ourselves as members that are sworn to really protect our residents, say that this is a problem. That signing that lease especially puts people in a really uncomfortable situation. Some people don't know about their own financial situation. Some people don't know their personal relationships. And quite frankly, a lot of, we still have yet to see what's going to happen with sophomores living back on campus. But, you're in a situation where you're signing, a lease for a house with 5 other people and a house that you've lived in for, 5 weeks. Right. And that's not something that I think is an adult thing to do. When I talk to my landlord about renewing my lease, now that I am not in that situation, I'm talking 90 days before my lease ends, not 90 days after it began.
No,
and I've had that opportunity.
I absolutely see that. I had several landlords tracked me down and told me their strong feelings about this in person. And one of the kind of refrains that I was hearing from them is really that this is being driven by requests from students that there's a strong kind of inclination among that population to snag the most desirable properties and lock in those contracts for the next year, and that they're that even as early as August and September, they're getting requests from people who have their eye on specific properties and want to get them. I guess, and I do see that, there is some pressure on them from their clients, from the people who are renting from them. I guess what didn't come up in those conversations is kind of, I think Councilmember Watson touched on it a little bit, or maybe it was Councilmember Bacon, I don't know, but somebody talked a little bit about equity. But what I see is kind of like there's like a group of people that has the financial fitness, I guess, to kind of gamble on a year's worth of rent that they can afford. And then there's people who can't do that, and they're kind of put into a different market because there's an aggressive early sign up from people who are able to commit to 2 years worth of housing contracts. I don't know if moving that timeline evens that out and makes the process more equitable, or if it just concentrates the competition in a way that, I don't know. I have to think about it a lot more, I think. It's just, there's like so many different angles to it, but I guess as we, this is me telling anybody in the community that's got opinions about it, that I'm available to talk about it, and that I'm trying to clarify my own mind. So, my phone number's on my council member page on the website, so give me a call. And Aaron, you and I can chat too, just about more background, or you can share that background now if you want.
Yeah. Any other council members have further questions, comments?
I just briefly wanted to add that we're not the first to do this, and there's other areas that we can turn to, and we can also, since this is just being discussed right now and nothing's being decided, maybe look for those cities where it didn't work out, where it messed up some type of process. We can learn about that too, because the other fortunate thing is other places have been doing this and started doing it before this crazy epidemic.
Yeah, and I'll just point out that, based on what's happening in Ann Arbor right now, and the push so far is that the conversation is that this protection being there, that was 70 days originally, is a great thing. It just needed to be more, right? That this was really, really helpful, but it was still too soon at that point. And we don't even have that protection in place right now, right? So what we're talking about here is actually implementing something, even at a lesser degree than what Ann Arbor is talking about right now with 240 days. But in conversations with ASMSU and a couple of the other municipalities around, we decided that allocating a full semester for those August to August leases is really something that would be helpful for students to make sure that they have their financial situation figured out, and that they're able to really assess whether or not they can sign that lease. And unfortunately, I think that this has been an issue that's been talked about for decades in this city. And we've talked about, well, let's do education, let's do, more communication. And every single year, whether it's a fridge magnet or it is, 6 emails coming from ASMSU telling people to wait. If the market's going to push you into that situation, the market's going to push you into that situation. And if your landlord's telling you, you have to either re-sign this lease or I'm going to sign it to somebody else, and it's week 7, you're going to make that decision. There's no amount of, education at that point that's going to change that for you, which is I either need to sign this lease or I need to find another place to live. And I that's the free market, and that's fair, but we as a government need to decide whether or not we need to step in unfair situations. And I think that's unfair. So that's why I'm pushing this. I'm happy to discuss it a little bit further at a future meeting, but I did want to assess kind of where the council was at this point based on this. So I've got a couple of on the fences, and I believe Councilmember Watson is a little bit more in favor. Councilmember Babcock, I will put you on the spot and ask you kind of where you're feeling.
I'm not sure. Part of me thinks that I remember in my 20s, like everything is a crisis, everything is immediate. There's not a lot of long-term perspective in the 19, 20, 21-year-old brain. Part of me thinks, if people want to set up a contract, if they want to do that. So I need time to think. I need to look around at other college towns and see if they've done something similar. I agree it would be not as effective if we were to do it just as East Lansing without getting the shoulder communities, Meridian, Lansing, Lansing Township also involved. Just don't have firm thoughts one way or the other. I really hadn't seen too much of a point to it until I heard the college students speak tonight. So no clear answers, please keep emailing me. Email is the best way to reach me, and I look forward to hearing from folks. Thanks.
Okay. Then I would request with Councilmember Watson's support that this be put on a future agenda. Let's say May 25th. I know that is a meeting that we're going to be discussing our budget. But I believe, George, is that agenda going to be super packed at this point?
It's soon to tell, but I don't think so not that I know of at this point.
Okay. Councilmember Watson, if I have your support, I'm going to ask to place that on that agenda.
I just want to ask again, is it finals week right now?
Yes, I
Yeah.
believe so.
Yes and no. I think so. But I think that there are also some people that have them next week.
Okay. And when will this big student shift be happening? Is it before May 25th or after? That's really my question.
I think it'll probably honestly be before May 25th.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm in support of definitely talking about this again sometime soon. And also, we house most of the students. This is East Lansing, this is MSU, and we learned from the housing study. We have a ton of students. We have more than City of Lansing, I'm thinking, more than Meridian Township. And so, yeah, I'd love to talk about it some more. Y'all know where I stand and where my thinking is, and being the example for the towns around us makes sense to me too.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm in favor.
Great. All right. If we could have this added then to that May 25th meeting, I do encourage folks definitely to reach out to obviously those property owners, but also reaching out to ASMSU, and I'll make sure that folks in the council are looped in with them to hear a little bit of perspective. The bill sponsor definitely has a little bit of a good story in regards to why this is important, but I think that it's been expressed through and through. So I will move on to the next item. All right. Next item is item 6.1, which is review of draft housing study and discussion of next steps. I believe this is Mr. Fehrenbach.
Mayor, did you want to take a break before, because we're a little over 2 hours?
You know what? It is 9 p.m. I am sorry. Yes, let us take a 10-minute break and come back at 9:17. Is that all right for everybody?
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks. Hello, hello.
I'm here. Okay, he's here.
All right, we all here? Great. Let us continue. Mr. Fehrenbach, review of draft housing study and discussion next steps.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Last week, you met Sharon Woods with Land Use USA and heard about her background and approach to the housing study for the city of East Lansing. With the draft study now released, I'll ask Sharon to walk you through some of the highlights and acquaint you with the draft. Obviously, there's a great deal of information in the study, and a lot for staff and for the council and ultimately for the community to digest. So our plan is to take it in steps and pull in other boards and commissions into the data in this initial phase. The Planning Commission and Housing Commission will be our first steps, but certainly others will have interests and input to provide along the way as well. At this beginning step, it would be most helpful, I think, for our staff and the consultant, for the council to provide any initial feedback that you have or insights from the data, but also to give guidance to staff and to the commissions about where to focus our efforts and what to explore further. In the future, we will be reviewing policies and goals and likely establishing new policies and goals and strategies for the future of housing in East Lansing. This work will be compiled in a housing strategic plan, a draft of which will also be added to the discussion in the near future. So with that, I'd like to pass it over to Sharon.
You are muted. I apologize.
Thank you, Tom. My apologies for being muted there.
All good.
So good evening, and thank you for persevering here into the evening hours to do a quick review of the housing study. I want to clarify before I start one of the goals of this study. Without diving too deep into the scope of work, I just kind of want to touch on many of the early conversations that I had with Tom and with Annette Irwin as well was really the question of if we were to try to expand or reach out or draw or diversify the mix of residents that live in East Lansing, who would be likely to move here? Really, who would they be? So it was really kind of a question about diversity in some ways. And so it really was a question of who's living within the Tri-County area and who's moving into and within the Tri-County area, and who could we possibly intercept or attract as new residents in addition to students. Not trying to say that we're going to displace them or replace them or stop them or that we don't want them, because they certainly are valued, but it really was a question of how do we diversify? And when I think about diversity, I really see the value in many ways, right? Diversity is valuable because, first of all, equality is fair, hopefully more fair. And also having diversity, whether it be within the student population or expanding beyond the student population, it really, it can open our minds and contribute to creativity. And I'm sure some of you could say this more eloquently even than I am trying, but I really see in my world, I'm always looking at diversity as an economic tool. That if you are diverse, you're less economically dependent on one market segment. So I'm always looking for diversity as being a tool for economic resiliency. And we're seeing a little bit of that happening with a pandemic. When a pandemic happens and you have such a large share of your households being in your housing units, actually being somehow tied to the university and tied to the student market, then when there's something like a pandemic or a real shift that forces all of those students to either not forces all of them, but many of them having to find alternatives or finding a way to get themselves back home, you can find yourself being economically vulnerable. So there's lots of good reasons for diversity. And I just wanted to touch on that as one of the main objectives of the study. And Tom, before I dive into the study, do you have anything, do you want to set me straight on anything that I've said so far?
No, I think we would agree as staff that, you know, diversifying the types of people that are attracted to be in East Lansing does make us stronger economically and in other ways as well.
Yep. So if you recall last week, I walked you through Appendix 1. And just to touch real quickly on a review on that is that there was in Appendix 1, Section A, there was a 2-page sheet in here. And I showed this green bar where it really shows, you know, the scale on both sheets is the same. The green bar really shows how prevalent the students are in East Lansing currently, to the point of really almost shadowing any other of the 71 lifestyle clusters. So diversification really is, you know, the question right away was, to what degree is there perhaps an opportunity to diversify? And if we try to diversify, which lifestyle clusters could we focus on? So also in this report, if we go into Section C, just a refresher here that I also had a lot of sheets here organized by owners and renters. So I want to highlight again the movership rate on each page, and to just really kind of flag that and study these at your own leisure, because they really do vary considerably between these target markets. So again, these sheets that are in Section C and D are target markets for the city of East Lansing because they're living in the Tri-County area, they're on the move, and if they could find a place that would meet their wants and needs and price point in East Lansing, they would be inclined to move to East Lansing. Therefore, they're your target market. And so the Platinum Prosperity, you can see 97% are owners and only 4% of those owners move each year. Couples with Clout, 93% owners, and 10% of them move each year. Family Fantastic are owners, 3% move each year. Full Pockets Empty Nest, 4% of those owners. Again, these are all mostly owners. Fast Track Couples, 18% move each year. Status Seeking Singles, 10% move. Again, they're mostly owners. Rooted Flower Power, 4%. Infants and Debit Cards, 8%. I'm going to jump into the renters, which look very different. So here, Urban Edge, 84% of this group are renters, and 44% of them move every year. This is both households. When I talk about the movership rate, I'm referring to households that are moving into and within markets. So if you think about, these are national averages, but if you translate that into the city of East Lansing, that 44% of the renters, that includes households that would migrate into the city, but also existing households that would migrate within the city. So it's a total number, everyone who's on the move. Wired for Success, 80% of these are renters. 75% of those renters move every year. Bohemian Groove, 75%. Full Steam Ahead, 90%.
Sharon, may I ask, each time you click on a different page, can you let me know what page they are, or let us know what page they are, just so I can make it bigger and get to it?
Yep, absolutely. So real quickly, the owners were on pages 29 in Appendix 1 through 53. The renters are on pages 57, kind of towards the end. Full steam ahead, 90%. So you get I think you get the idea that renters have far higher, faster movership rates. So a movership rate, again, is the share of households that move within any given year. This is the reason why I'm spending so much time on this, is it's really important when we think about what the market potential is for new housing units and for intercepting target markets that are on the move. So another thing that I want to highlight again, and I touched on this last time, is the movership rates as they vary by tenure and by marital status and by income and by age. So I am now in the main report. I'm going to start with page 68. So again, you saw in those numbers that I was showing you earlier that owners really have less than 10% move each year. And in East Lansing, your renters, 63% of your renters move every year. And we know already, I showed you that there's a real prevalence of colleges and cafes or the students. That lifestyle cluster is very prevalent. So that's really driving this number, pushing that number up. And at the bottom of that same page, 68, we also know that singles have much higher movership rates than married couples and married couples that are together. So again, the students are pushing up that dark blue bar. And this is again a review of what we talked about last week. So we also have on the sheet movership rates by income. So movership rates tend to be higher when the incomes are lower, and also higher when we're among younger households. So that's kind of a recap. And that data is really critical in the model that I complete in order to measure the market potential for other lifestyle clusters other than students within the East Lansing market. So I'm going to jump right to the conclusion here. I'm going to get there really fast. That was a recap. And I'm going to jump to, in the main report, section B, the section header is on page 44. But I'm going to actually jump to page 47. And I'm going to, let's see, just zoom in a little bit here. And I'm just going to come to the conclusion and read the paragraph on the page here that each year there are 250 brand new owner households that could migrate into the city of East Lansing each year. So these are brand new households that could migrate into the city. And they do not include existing owners that might sell one house and buy a different house within the same city. They're just brand new households. And this sheet is really intended to get right to that answer of if we could build new houses in East Lansing for diverse target markets, who would buy them? And that's what this page is really intended to do. These are your new owner, potential new owner target markets. And again, it is adjusted. It shows in the second paragraph here, all figures are adjusted upward for the interception. In other words, you could intercept some migrating households that might otherwise bypass East Lansing for other parts of the region if you didn't build anything, if you didn't build for them. So it's pretty diverse. Platinum Prosperity is the most affluent. Digital dependence is perhaps the largest group. And the lowest income would be the urban survivors. I've taken their incomes and figured out what their price tolerance would be for new owner occupied new builds among actual housing units. So 35 of them would actually look for look to buy a house that's 150 to 175,000 in value. Only 5, 10, 15, 25 of them would tolerate a price of 400,000 or more. So this is where we can really start talking about that diversity question again. And we talked a little bit last week about the way to diversify a market and provide for some equality is to make sure that we're building in price points that are attainable. Price points where we have households that could actually enter the market at a moderate price point. So if all of the developers are all competing for the premium large houses, it really doesn't enable these moderate income households to come in and actually purchase a home. So the way to address diversity and equality is with moderate price points that are attainable and tolerable for households that are on the move and that are actually migrating. And again, many of them are lower income, singles, and many of them are, they're diverse. So I was going to say renters, but I want to jump to the renters next. So these pages are very important in section B. Flag those again. Pages 47 and 45 are really kind of the grand conclusion on the owners. Now I'm going to jump to the renters, and that's in section C. The cover page is page 52, and I'm going to jump to page 55. And this is a very different market again. The reason why these bars look so much larger and so much bigger than the market potential for the owners is that renters are the ones that are on the move. So if they're on the move within the Tri-County area, then you have a deeper pool to intercept. The biggest group, aside from the colleges and cafes, I don't have students on this market, on this page, because they really are actually off the sheet. So because they're so prevalent and they churn through the market, and a lot of them do relocate every year, they actually would shadow all of these other numbers. But to diversify, the largest group would be the striving singles. The striving singles are here largely because of MSU, just like the students are. So a lot of them could actually be affiliated with the university or college affiliated, or they could be recent grads. They could be a spouse of a student. They could be staff or faculty. There's lots of reasons why they would fall into the striving single group as opposed to actually being in the colleges and cafes group. But so it's important to look at the other groups like digital dependents. You actually have over 100 could migrate into East Lansing every year, digital dependents alone, looking to rent a place. So that's one of the next largest groups. And then Daring to Dream, over 100 Daring to Dream households could and would migrate into East Lansing if they could find a place to lease, if they could find a place to rent. So those are really important groups. And then the next runner-ups, I mean, there's other large groups in here as well. Family Troopers, Hope for Tomorrow, Senior Discounts, Bohemian Groove, Wired for Success, Status Seeking Singles, excuse me, Full Pocket Empty Nests. They are very diverse. Some of them are families, some are singles, some would rent a house, and others would look to rent a loft. So it really does hopefully open, the dialogue for additional discussion and exploration on the idea of, if you were to actually work with developers to build non-student housing, these are the households, the target markets that would be inclined to look for a place to live in East Lansing other than the students. Again, we looked at the price points. I'm going to look at page 53. So the green sheets again are the prices. And on renters, we're looking at monthly contract rent. And so there's kind of a bell curve in here. And the bell curve kind of peaks around $700 a month in contract rent up to about $1,100. So again, these are not necessarily students. In fact, these are all of the lifestyle clusters and target markets other than students, what they would be looking for and what they would tolerate in terms of price. Now, some of them would even be hoping to find a place to rent for $450 a month, or even, maybe a little less. So you might ask, how could you possibly imagine building a unit that could lease for such a small amount? And that's when we start talking about step buildings and building formats. So I'd like to jump to section A. And in section A, I have a series of charts that look like this. They're basically what I call step buildings. And these have been created by the Incremental Development Alliance. I'm a faculty member, so I have permission to use these exhibits. And I have a total of 6 sheets in my portfolio, and I've actually given you all 6 sheets. I have not customized these sheets for East Lansing. These have not been customized for the city of East Lansing. These really are just cut sheets intended to give you some building types that you could point to as you continue your dialogue and your discussion and talking about imagining building different formats for different target markets and diversifying your mix of housing. So some of the things that we could imagine, for example, accessory dwellings. This is something that's getting more and more traction across the nation because we're realizing that rents are really becoming less and less attainable for lower income households. And they're the ones that are really on the move, desperate to find a place to live. So imagining accessory dwelling units, for example, or imagining small houses. I even call them cottages here in many cities across Michigan. We have lots of conversations about cottages. So smaller sized houses. Imagining having duplexes where 2 houses actually share a lot. Another possibility, if I can find the right sheet in here, I have duplexes that are, and you actually have a lot of duplexes. I'm recognizing that. I think I lost my duplex sheet. Here we go, side-by-side duplexes, for example. So there's a lot of, those sheets are intended to help imagine different building formats. Imagine that you could actually permit and allow accessory dwellings or small houses or even, micro lofts that are not necessarily geared towards students. Whenever we talk about apartments per se, apartment buildings, we always like to encourage that there be some sort of a shared courtyard. Here's another format that's very popular among new builds in even small cities and starting to gain more traction in Michigan is kind of cottages or small houses around a courtyard. So you don't have an expansive yard or a big private yard, you're actually sharing a courtyard. And again, I'm working with some developers that are actually building these for the rental market. You can actually rent a small house. So that's kind of the summary. And I did keep it brief this evening, kind of given the late hour and knowing that you've had a long night. And also going back to what Tom said earlier, I'm not disappearing after tonight. I'm really here to help facilitate dialogue and discussion if you would like. And we will be having conversations with some of your housing commission and planning commission. And I can come back if you would like and have additional meetings. And we can dive into this a little bit deeper. I will take my direction and my invitations from Tom. And I'm going to pause there and make sure we have time for questions.
Members of council, do you have a question for the presenter? And I want to keep in mind that we do also have some focus questions that were laid out by staff, and I want to make sure that we get those answered if that's necessary. All right, this is a lot of information. Go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. So one of the questions I hear consistently, I think we all hear consistency, is curiosity about whether the student housing market is overbuilt, built to capacity, or has room to grow. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I do. Thank you for asking that question. There is a section in this report that talks specifically addresses the university student population. It's section K. So this is the main report. I'm going to go to section K and show you a couple of exhibits.
And then would you mind giving us the page number as well on that?
Absolutely. So section K, the cover page is 100. And I'm going to jump to the next page, 101. If I can slide this out of my way. So this sheet is just showing, according to the American Communities Survey, this is the total population that's currently in college and university student housing in the city of East Lansing. So these are, another way to say it is this is kind of the census estimate of how many students are currently in the market. And as I watch these numbers, we kind of had some declines after the Great Recession. So the Great Recession, we were still in it through 2012, 2013. And in fact, you can kind of see the university perhaps even continue to feel some of the pain of the recession through 2015. And then we started to get some recovery. Right back in 2019, the estimate was about 16,355, which is lower than 2010 and probably lower than 2008. I didn't go back that far. The point I'm making is that I'm not seeing the student population growing in the city of East Lansing. And so then you might ask, well, is student enrollment growing? Is it possible that we're just not gaining more students because we don't have enough housing for them to live? So then I take that question and I go to the next step. This is actually fall enrollment each year over time since 2010. And this is data that was contributed by MSU. So this is directly from Michigan State University. So the gray bars are total enrollment. Dark blue is off-campus students and light blue is on-campus students. And then the numbers up here correspond. The 48,067 goes with the gray, the 32,134 goes with the blue, dark blue, and then 15,933 goes with light blue. My point here again is that if we just look at total enrollment over time, you've gained maybe 2,000 students. I should say Michigan State University has gained about 2,000 students. Actually, they haven't even yet. Closer to 1,500 students since 2010. So if they're not coming to East Lansing, then they probably are living somewhere else, either on campus or they're going to, as you described, the shoulder communities, the city of Lansing or Meridian Township. And we're absolutely seeing that with the construction activity. My observation, I don't have, I'm going to be honest, I don't have one page that definitively shows you that there's a surplus of student housing. I don't have a page like that. What I have instead is kind of my own brain triangulating the data, like kind of triangulate it. And I go, okay, well, student enrollment is increased just a little bit, and I'm not seeing, in fact, Michigan State University gave me these forecasts that they're not seeing a big bump in enrollment in the future. So that's kind of one data point. And I've seen your local enrollment, your local students actually being a little less than what it was probably in a peak. So that's another data point. I also see that the students are currently such a predominantly large share of your total households. That's another data point. I also know that students have exceptionally high movership rates, although in general across the United States, maybe that's a little lower in East Lansing if they are actually, as you described earlier, if it's possible that they're being encouraged, incentivized to re-sign a lease where they're already living. Maybe they're not moving quite as much as quite as often as the national average, but they still have very high movership rates, and I'm guessing it's still 80% or higher. And then from field work, so I spent a week in the market actually doing field work, touring the neighborhoods and actually snapping photos of just about every for rent, for lease building in the city of East Lansing, as well as the shoulder communities. And my takeaway, my observation is clear, what you already know, that there's a lot of construction activity among for lease lofts and, for rent apartments. And I haven't gone through, every building in the city of Lansing or Meridian Township and tried to figure out, are they students or not? I did do it for the city of East Lansing though. And my takeaway is that the current pace of construction activity among for lease units that you could deduce are for students, seem to be predominantly for students, seems to be far outpacing the growth in enrollment. So my deduction is that probably we're at a risk of overbuilding. We're at the very least, current construction activity in student housing is outpacing growth in enrollment at a minimum. That was a long answer, I hope, but I know it was an important question, so thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Babcock, and then I got to follow up.
If I may, I have a follow-up question. And this is something that has just been rattling around in my mind for, say, decades of living in Lansing, East Lansing. As an expert in housing and housing markets, why do you think people would continue to build, especially some of the, shall we say, luxury developments that are further away from campus? Do they use them for tax write-offs if they don't lease them? What is in the thought process there that we don't think about as a local government?
Well, one thing is that the students have very high movership rates. So if 80% of them are moving every year, they kind of think of them as kind of churning through the market.
Okay.
So as a developer, if I know that, if I say I'm going to build lofts for students and I know that 80% of the students in this market move every year, that's basically refueling. It basically, it's like, one way to describe it is, whatever is newest, all the students kind of migrate towards, and maybe I can compete. So yes, the other thing is that the other motive, this is a huge motive, is the rents. So students often pay, many of the buildings that are designed and built for students are leased by the bed or by the bedroom. And so if you build a 2-bedroom unit and you pretty much, you can almost double your rent by charging by the bed rather than charging for the unit. So it drives the rents way up for the builder. So think of it this way, if I build for non-students, I'm going to list a unit for rent at $900 a month. Well, I'm not going to charge the rent per head. I'm just going to charge the rent per family, per household. Developers who are renting to students are charging per head, per person. So, and the rents aren't much cheaper. And so it can be very lucrative on that end. There's a downside. The downside is that students can be hard on the units. Students can be exceptionally hard on the units. So then the building owner and developer knows that they're going to have high turnover, and they know that they're going to have to replace the carpet and do repairs and maintenance and address issues like that more often than they would if they were renting to a, let's just say a typical American household or family.
Let's, I'm going to move to Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'm going to go back to Councilmember Babcock.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. So I guess you probably don't have a perfect example or a perfect solution to this. I'm going to tell you the problem, which is that like we have some of the types of units that you've identified as being attractive to these different populations. And even like in the near campus new buildings, there's a high number of studio and efficiency apartments in those buildings. There's a lot of single units that even in a student building, and the landlords tell us that this is happening in a very small percentage of those units, that, you know, an adjunct professor or, a grad student who's got a 2-year lab position, who are not typically students, but are those kind of university adjacent populations that you identified, that they are moving into those buildings, just not in a very high number. But the problem is that with the very high volume of that, campus population, that when we build those other units, the vacuum just gets filled. And so, we've tried to kind of, previous councils have tried to guide that through different rental ordinances. We have this, 2 unrelated or 1 family ordinance, but yet we're still seeing, single family homes and duplexes, and even I would say some of our, near and campus adjacent would almost fit that cottage courtyard, which is actually, I love that. And accessory dwelling units, like, you're totally speaking my, like, I'm into it. But they just, because we can't legally say no to the students, the vacuum just gets filled. So how do we, I don't know, like, do we just keep building it and like hope that other people move into it? I mean, we, obviously not we, but developers in the area. Sorry, this is my delightful March allergy. Plus I'm excited, gosh darn it, it's a very interesting study. Yeah, I don't know, I guess I just like, how do we build a, I don't know. I get like, there's not really a solid question there because the problem is kind of vast. And so,
I'm gonna.
May I jump back?
Yeah, I'm done.
We're gonna go
Sorry,
to
ran out of words.
No,
Because the question I was about to ask next is, I think, what the Mayor Pro Tem is circling around, which is, if we know that we have people who would move to East Lansing, who would be looking for units as low as $450, but largely centered in the $700 to $1,100 a month range, how do we focus our efforts on building units that will bring in that population diversity when it seems to be the same amount of rent, and at least in the conventional wisdom, the same kind of unit as the students? How do we bring them in, not to displace the students, but to complement everyone else we have in our community? Was that it, Jesse?
Yep.
More or less?
Yeah, to balance out the mix, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think any council member would say that we're trying to, restrict students from our marketplace. We're just trying to create a more balanced population that's not quite so focused on the campus and has got some aspects that are, not as seasonal as that population and are really, connected to the community in a more permanent way.
So
to complement the students.
Let's go to the presenter to make sure that they can answer the question, because I think we've gone back and forth a couple times.
Yeah, thank you. So I've grappled with these same questions in my own mind many times going through this analysis and touring the market. And these are important policy related questions that I do think need to be explored and vetted further. And just to clarify again, that I also have a subcontractor working with me, Justin Sprague with CIB Planning. He is going to come back and present a housing strategic plan. And I'm anticipating we're gonna have these conversations again when we go through the housing strategic plan. But he's an expert on policy planning related things that you can actually do to, so he's actually done a review of your current housing policies and has actually prepared a draft document. It's very much in a draft format right now that basically just kind of identifies some tools that you could use. But I think without diving into that, because we haven't really presented that to you yet, we will in the future. But in the meanwhile, there's a couple of different things that you could do. You could absolutely continue building more new student housing that actually creates kind of a release valve. Think of it as a release valve that takes some of the pressure off of the student housing market for students that are scrambling to rent detached houses or renting, anything they can find. If we actually build more student housing, does that kind of help? Do they shift? Will they shift? Even if student enrollment isn't growing, will they shift? And if we build enough, eventually will the market start to loosen where we start to have higher vacancy rates among the detached houses? And maybe the values start to drop a little bit and they become more attainable for families that want to purchase them as a fixer-upper. Yeah. So that's a possible strategy. But again, we have to really think that through and go, okay, there's a chain. There's always a chain reaction to everything we do is going to have a reaction. So we have to really think through what the possible implications of that might be. A second approach might be, let's not build any more student housing and let's just let more student housing be built in the shoulder communities. That was a word that you used that I thought was really appropriate. Maybe we just let East Lansing and Meridian Township have more of the student housing and let some of that, let it just kind of be spread out a little more throughout the Tri-County area. And then meanwhile, we could actually, you, the city of East Lansing, could think about things like pre-qualifying a couple of developers that are willing to work with you to actually build other housing formats for some of these other diverse target markets other than students. Yep. So in other words, and this is something that other cities are doing, we're actually working with the city of Hamtramck on this right now in Wayne County, where we're actually working with them on the process of pre-qualifying developers. We basically issued an RFQ. They submitted a qualifications packet, and the city's in the process of identifying developers that they want to work with on projects where they can actually do things like, in some cases, the city owns land, so would be willing to sell land to these developers at a deep discounted price. And another possibility is to streamline the permit review process for them, kind of pre-approve them for certain site sizes and building formats and placements of buildings on parcels. So there's tools like that you can do. And again, I'm not going to steal Justin's thunder because he will come back and and we can talk about it in more detail. But again, just keeping in mind, every action has a reaction.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the city manager.
The one question was quite an interesting point about potentially building more and more to try to drain out the neighborhood and sort of the housing stock that may be available for single family or could convert back. And we've thought about that and talked about it, but it seems that the new product that's going on and people want to build is always at the premium end, which excludes so many people, from access to it. It's the higher rents, high rise, which is a very nice product, but maybe excludes such a large component of it, and that people aren't necessarily willing to build the stuff that is slightly more affordable, not even affordable. And that's one point. The other point was great about trying to find something that targets particular groups, but then the city's ordinances may need to be tweaked or may need to be modified or considered because of you can't discriminate against certain groups, but that's where we get into senior housing and different groups like that. And there are other things like that that could meet those needs as well. But thank you.
Yep.
There aren't very many developers in Michigan, unfortunately, who really understand the relationship between unit size and rent per square foot. So smaller units have higher rents per square foot, and large units have lower rents per square foot. So there's kind of a misunderstanding or misconception that developers will say, in order for me to make a profit on this building, I need luxury rents. And in order to get luxury rents, I need to supersize the units. And then they overshoot the market altogether. And that just happens again and again and again. And pretty soon it gets to the point where there's nothing attainable, nothing affordable, nothing reasonably priced. So you pay the premium because that's all that's available. So it's a part of it is education. Another thing that I do is provide I will facilitate developer forums where, and I've been asked to do this many times in the past, where a community will invite the investment community to come together and do a public meeting. And I actually walk them through the market study, and we have this very same dialogue, this conversation about how smaller units will actually get a higher rent per square foot. There's less anyhow, I could go down a whole other path, but education.
Miss Woods, I apologize. I'm gonna try and we're about 5 hours in here, so I'm gonna try and divert this conversation maybe to focus on council member questions, and then possibly, if we could, and I know that the timeline here was to bring this to the Housing Commission and the Planning Commission with the input from council. So I want to make sure that we're giving the correct input here. So Mr. Fehrenbach, and I apologize, Dr. Woods shared, or Ms. Woods, I don't know what you prefer. Please let me know. But would you mind giving us kind of an explanation of what you're looking for the council right now at this point?
I think you're right on track from staff's perspective. I mean, asking these big questions that obviously are very complicated, but to the extent that we can begin to start unpacking them at the committee level and getting more eyes from commission members and the community. I think obviously this is the start of a really big conversation that certainly has happened before. And we have a lot of policies in place, a lot of procedures and strategies that are in place that probably need to be revisited or at least our understanding renewed and sort of, taking this effort as being sort of rooted and respectful of past efforts, and then really see how we can forge ahead and plan for the future at this juncture. So, I mean, if there's other sort of areas of data that would be interesting for the council to give us direction in terms of going down, if there's specific types of feedback that you would appreciate from the commissions, I think that would be important at this juncture. But again, it's the beginning of the conversation. There'll be much time to think about it and add perspective as we go on.
That makes sense. I do have one thing, but I did want to open it up and just make sure any member of council. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, just a brief comment. I don't to Ms. Wood's point about kind of trying to strip the market or that kind of thing. I think it's tricky because the market's hard to define and where they're profitable at. As I look at even deals that have already been done, are they profitable at 1/3 occupancy? Are they profitable at half? They maybe never even intended to go to full occupancy to where the profitability waterline is. So never knowing that, you never really know their intent. So I think that's tricky as well. They may full capacity may have never been the goal.
The one thing that I wanted to note, and we talked about it a little bit before, but was when you spoke on obviously the big issue with building, overbuilding, and kind of where that leaves our housing market, especially in the rental market. Something that I've always been interested in is talent retention, and then the amount of people that we see actually exit our city. Because once they are able to get out of the market that is a higher rent environment, of course, being students, and they graduate, let's say they even work in the area, they tend to move out of our city just because they don't have to pay the rents that they would typically have to pay in this area. And so something that I would be interested in, especially as we try to work with the university more on developments like TechSmith, things like our MSU FCU development, and obviously a lot of job opportunities and retention in the area is, I mean, does our housing market eventually turn towards, pushing more people to actually be able to stay in this area, right? I think what you touched on was that maybe the student population isn't increasing over the years, but the amount of people that are exiting our city every single year might actually decrease with more availability of, let's say, more affordable housing, or that housing that previously was at a really specific rate because it was considered the luxury housing at the time. So that's something that I would be interested in. I'd love to hear your thoughts on a little bit more, but it just in general, that's something that I envision when I see a lot of the building that's going on. Is myself, even as a recent graduate, the inability for us to really define affordable housing in the city while working within the city. And a lot of people in my generation basically told, okay, well, let's move into a neighboring city. Let's move into a different area, even if you might be working at the university that you attended, because it's just more affordable. So I would imagine, and just anecdotally, where I'm coming from is that if I know that I'm working in an environment like in downtown East Lansing or at the university, or I can live, in a nicer place in my college town while I'm working in the area, I would rather live here, right? This is the place to be. This is the, I want to be able to walk to restaurants and my job and other things, and access to public transportation. We have all of those amenities. It just wasn't affordable before. So that would be something that I would be interested in hearing a little bit more about. Maybe not the expansion of the student market, but the opportunity that it presents with more apartments being available. Other members of council, go ahead, Councilmember Watson.
Yeah, to add to some of the things Mayor was talking about, I also thought about, like, I know families who get divorced and someone can't afford any longer to live in East Lansing, but their kids are still in East Lansing schools. We have really good schools here. And so I'd also be interested in understanding how we can be more attractive for single families, and also like our out of district kids, how we can be more attractive to those families so that they can live in this area too. Some of our conversations, like from Planning Commission or when we consider developers, have talked about like senior housing. And so when you're talking to the other commissions, and if you've got that, I'm sure you have that information on what the seniors are doing, but to really uplift that part. And I know that you said that you can see that big picture of what's going on with the students, but also if you've got, those pages and graphs to show the different commissions too, so that they can see what you're seeing about like what's going on with students and student housing. And the other thing we talk about too is just affordable housing, as was discussed, and am interested in, are we making the right decision when we ask for our new builders, new developers to offer 25% low to moderate income, or how can we make space for affordable housing? Like, is it those smaller houses that you showed, or what could that look like for our community? And just that idea about those mixed income neighborhoods for all types of folks. But that's all I wanted to, yep, that's all my notes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Dana said perfectly one half of what I was going to say, so I won't repeat that. But I did want to just kind of point out one other really unique college town problem that I've seen play out in my neighborhood, is this idea of having some kind of interim housing for families who are, say a professor who's been hired at MSU and then has to relocate suddenly into the area. I've got two families on my street who bought their houses sight unseen because there was no apartment that was appropriate to rent with two children. So they kind of lost that opportunity. Now, obviously my neighborhood is amazing and they got a great neighbor, me. So they lucked out. But, to me, it makes more sense to move into a community, stay in an apartment for a year, kind of learn where you want to live and then shop for your house, right? Which is how I see it play out with other friends in other communities who have had to transfer for a job or something. They move into either a house that's a rental house that's appropriate for a family or an apartment that accommodates, an adult couple and several children. And we just seem to have nothing in that market. And I know that we've got a lot of people that are affected by that as they come and go from university jobs. So I just wanted to kind of throw that into the mix of considerations as this moves through our different commissions.
Other thoughts, questions? Ms. Woods, did you have anything else for us at this point?
I'm sorry, was that a question for me?
Yes, sorry. I was just wondering if you had anything else for us at this point that you wanted to bring up or.
No, I appreciate all of your comments, and Tom and I will have a good conversation after tonight's meeting, and we'll talk about next steps. So thank you.
All right, great. And I assume it'll be right after this meeting, right?
No.
Just kidding. And no, Mr. Fehrenbach, do you have anything else for the council?
No, just to let you know that we are planning on standing up a website in short order that will, kind of be the landing place for the housing study. We will put the drafts up there, and then we'll continue to update and provide a platform for people to communicate their thoughts with us as well.
Great.
So again, this is a starting point, and we're looking forward to some great conversations ahead.
But you haven't memorized all 200 pages yet?
Well, I do.
Oh, you know what? No, I know you. No, it's very much appreciated, and this is a good start and a really good conversation so far. So I appreciate all the work that went into this, and it's necessary. So this is what we've been looking for a long time. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for being with us. Thanks for staying with us too, or a little bit later. All right. That was our last item on the agenda besides our closed session. So we voted on that earlier tonight. Council, you should have an email with a new Zoom link. We will be leaving this Zoom meeting, which is live broadcasted, and we'll be heading into closed session. We will then come back to this meeting to adjourn that closed session and then adjourn the regular meeting. No decisions I expect will be made when we come back. But we will be going into closed session now, as we described earlier. So council members, will see you in the meeting, and everybody else will see you when we get back. All right, do we have a, I'll make a motion to adjourn from our closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Watson. Will the clerk please call the roll on that motion?
Councilmember Babcock,
Yes.
Councilmember Bacon,
Yes.
Councilmember Watson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregg,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes. All right, we have adjourned our closed session officially. And now, since that was our last item on the agenda, we are adjourning this regular meeting. Thank you for sticking with us for so long. Appreciate everybody being with us.